So, und nochmal herzlich willkommen und einen schönen Mittwochabend hier in der Althoff Arena auf dem Ernst-Abbe Sportfeld zum Nachholspiel des 16. Spieltags der Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga zwischen unserem FC Zeiss Jena und dem FC Bayern. Es ist ja noch ein bisschen Zeit bis zum Spiel, deswegen gucken wir uns noch mal ganz kurz an, was in letzter Zeit hier und vor allem auf anderen Plätzen los war. Denn wir haben zwei schöne Tore anzuschauen, wenn ihr einmal den Blick auf die Videowall werfen wollt. Vom Auswärtsspiel gegen Union Berlin, ein 2:1 Sieg vor über 5000 Zuschauern an der Alten Försterei. Nach einer launigen, aber torlosen ersten Hälfte kommt Union Berlin gut ins Spiel zurück. Doch den Treffer, den machen wir. Starker Lauf von Zierhering über die linke Seite. Herrlicher Pass auf Melina Wolter zum 1:0. 5 Minuten später der Ausgleich. Und als es am Schluss schon nach Unentschieden aussieht, nutzt unser goldener Neuzugang mit der Nummer 9 Olivia Alkaide einen Rückwärtsfehler und macht das 2:1. Und so starten wir mit einem Auswärtssieg in das Jahr 2026 und beschließen damit für uns sehr, sehr erfolgreich den 17. Spieltag. Die weiteren Ergebnisse vom 17. Spieltag. Unsere heutigen Gäste, der FC Bayern, trennt sich vom SC Freiburg mit 1:4. Das war mir zu schnell. Werder Bremen, Wolfsburg wurde abgesagt. Eintracht Frankfurt gewinnt 1:0 gegen Bayer Leverkusen. Hamburg verliert 1:3 gegen Leipzig. Nürnberg verliert 0:3 gegen Hoffenheim. Köln trennt sich von Essen. Unentschieden. Damit der aktuelle Tabellenstand. Unsere Gäste grüßen weiterhin von der Tabellenspitze. Der VfL Wolfsburg folgt auf 3, Hoffenheim auf der 3, Wolfsburg folgt auf der 2, Hoffenheim auf der 3, Bremen auf der 4, Leverkusen auf der 5, Frankfurt auf der 6, Freiburg auf der 7, Köln auf der 8, Union auf der 9, Leipzig auf der 10, Nürnberg auf der 11, Essen auf der 12, Hamburg auf der 13 und mit 2 Spielen weniger hier noch auf dem letzten Tabellenplatz. Und wir waren fleißig im Wintertransferfenster und haben 3 Spielerinnen verlassen. Julia Kassen ist zu Union Berlin gewechselt, Sophie Lehmann zum FC Sternmünchen. Clara Barker zieht es in ihre Heimat Richtung Down Under. Aber wir dürfen auch 2 neue Spielerinnen begrüßen. Zum einen wäre da Lara Schenk, gerade 26 Jahre alt geworden, Verteidigerin, U17-Europameisterin im Jahr 2017, wird heute auflaufen mit der Trikotnummer 18. Kommt aus Kanada zu uns von den Montreal Roses, hat College Football in Harvard gespielt und wird heute in der Startelf stehen. Der zweite Neuzugang kommt aus der Türkei von Fenerbahce Istanbul zu uns. Olivia Alkaide, 28 Jahre alt, Schwedin, eine Stürmerin, die nach nicht mal 10 Minuten in ihrem Debüt gegen Union Berlin den 2:1 Siegtreffer hat, wird heute auf der Bank für uns Platz nehmen mit der Trikotnummer 9.
So, good evening, welcome along to the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga as the champions and league leaders FC Bayern. Okay, super. Thank you, Thomas.
Noch eine gute Viertelstunde bis zum Anpfiff werfen wir einen Blick auf die Aufstellung unserer Gäste vom FC Bayern München. Im Tor mit der Nummer 1 Maria-Luisa Groß, mit der Nummer 2 Vanessa Gil, mit der Nummer 4 die Kapitänin Loris Vigos-Dottir, mit der Nummer 9 Jovana Damjanovic, mit der Nummer 10 Linda Dallmann, mit der Nummer 18 Momo Tamikawa, mit der Nummer 20 Franziska Kett, mit der Nummer 21 Pernille Harder, mit der Nummer 29 Edna Imade, mit der Nummer 30 Caroline Simon und mit der Nummer 31 Georgia Stanway. Trainiert für der FC Bayern von José Alcala. Meine lieben Freunde, es ist Zeit für die Aufstellung von unserem FC Zeiss! Wir starten mit unserer Nummer 1 im Tor. Jasmin! Unsere Kapitänin mit Nummer 3. Thomas! Mit der Nummer 5. Suja! Mit der Nummer 6. Nike! Mit der Nummer 7. Melina! Startelfdebüt für unsere Nummer 18. Lara! Unsere Nummer 20. Steffi! Unsere Nummer 25. Noemi! Unsere Nummer 27. Gwen! Ja, jetzt müssen wir improvisieren. Unsere Nummer 29 kommt nicht auf die Tafel, aber sie feiert heute ihr Startelfdebüt, Helen Bernard. Aber eine Nummer haben wir noch, unsere Nummer 30, Elena. Für uns nehmen heute Platz auf der Bank mit der Nummer 13 Hanna Etzold, mit der Nummer 2 Bente Fischer, mit der Nummer 9 Olivia Alkaide, mit der Nummer 14 Anja Heuschkel, mit der Nummer 16 Lisa Gora, mit der Nummer 17 Rike Tietz, mit der Nummer 19 Hanna Lehmann, mit der 24 Isabella Jaron und mit der Nummer 28 Emily Reske. Nicht zu vergessen unseren Trainer Florian Kessner.
At the top of the table. But there's one small footnote that adds to the intrigue tonight. Jena are the only team to have prevented Bayern from winning this season domestically, holding the champions to a goalless draw in Munich earlier in the campaign. So since then, Bayern have been ruthless, breaking score and records along the way, while Jena come into this one buoyed by a vital win at the weekend in Berlin, in the capital. They battle for survival. History favours Bayern, but the reverse fixture is a clear warning. This may be closer than the table would suggest. It's a pleasure to welcome you to live coverage of the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. It's the Jena side. It's a debut for Laura Schenk on the right-hand side, signing in the winter transfer window from the Montreal Roses, bringing vital experience to the bottom side in the Frauen Bundesliga. Tonight's referee, an experienced official, Nadine Westerhoff, 43-year-old from Bochum. Two captains there, Georgia Thoma Ehlenberg. There's the Bayern side. A changing goal. Maria Luisa Gross replaces Ina Mamutovic, and we have a first start for another winter transfer window signing, Edna Imada, who made her introduction as a substitute, scoring at the weekend. She's in for a full debut for the league leaders. There's Momoko Tanakawa leading the team talk. Jena in their blue strip, Bayern in red tonight, trying to stretch their lead at the top of the table. They're fresh from an imposing 4-1 away win at Freiburg. 15 wins out of 16, just that goalless draw against Jena. The only blemish. What a tremendous season they've had so far. 61 goals, only 5 conceded. It's the goalkeeper Groß for Bayern. She's just conceded 2 goals in 5 games. Sure to be a busy evening for the Jena keeper Jasmine Janning. Almost set to go in Jena at the Ernst Aber Sportfeld. This was snowed off at the end of January, so it's good to finally get going in eastern Germany. There's the Jena coach, 27-year-old, the youngest coach in top-flight German football, Florian Kessner. Almost set to go. The referee taking a final look at the watch, and off we go in the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Jena against Bayern Munich. Jena kicking from left to right in their blue kit, and Bayern all in red from right to left. Top against bottom of the Frauen-Bundesliga. Bayern will be wary of this Jena side after that 0-0 draw earlier in the campaign, one of the more exciting 0-0 draws. 29 shots Bayern had on the Jena goal and they couldn't find a way through. 12 corners to 0. It was a tremendous rearguard action from Jena. Be interesting to see if they can pose the league leaders any problems themselves going forward. Left-hand side, the experience, Caroline Simon exchanging passes with Pernille Harder. Damjanovic. Robust challenge there from the England international, Georgia Stanway. 70 volunteers cleared all the snow from this pitch to try and get the game on. It was, they've had a couple of games called off due to freezing temperatures in eastern Germany. So it's good to get into the action. Here's Linda Dahlmann, Stanway. Damjanovic is held up. Back to the Canadian, Vanessa Gilles. Stanway to Japanese, Tamikawa, Harder. And Simon. Oh, that's offside. A tight one. The referee, Nadine Westerhoff. Sure to be the majority of possession with Jose Barsala side. 44-year-old Spanish coach joined Bayern in the summer. From the Swiss side, Servette. Referee Westerhoff wants a free kick to Jena after the foul by Jovana Damjanovic. Chance for Jena. Gwen Mummet lifts it forward. Gilles with a strong header. Tanikawa cross to Franziska Kett. Very versatile defender, the 21-year-old Kett. Play either on the left-hand side or right-hand side of defence. Stanway, long ball, looking for the pace of Linda Dahlmann. She can get to that, into the box. Defending to do for Jena. They clear the lines pretty well. They're going to have to do that repeatedly tonight in eastern Germany. Bayern are going to see the vast majority of the ball, and Jena are going to have to make the most of rapid counter-attacks. Can they get going here with Helen Berner on her debut from the start for Jena? What a moment that is for the 19-year-old playing against the league leaders and Frauen-Bundesliga champions. Be no surprise at the end of this game to see possession up to around 80% for Bayern Munich. Especially if it remains goalless for any period of time. Here come Bayern, lifted into the box. Goalkeeper has that under control. 20-year-old Jasmin Janning. There was another goalkeeper who played in the reverse fixture, Hannah Etzold, was player of the match on that occasion. A series of top saves from another 20-year-old goalkeeper. But it's Janning who's won the battle for the goalkeeping jersey for the bottom side. They've yet to win at home this season. Both of their league wins in the Frauen-Bundesliga have come away from home. Which gives them real hope in their battle for survival. That's good play from Melina Reuter, looking for Elena Mühlemann, the Swiss midfielder. The pitch looks in tremendous condition given the recent weather in Germany. Those volunteers performed a sterling service to clear all the snow and ice from the pitch. We're set. Bayern coming forward. Linda Dahlmann, edge of the box, trying to find Franziska Kett. Dahlmann will win that back. She's that type of midfielder, always scrapping for the ball. Stanway, Vanessa Gillis and Caroline Simon. 33-year-old experienced left-sided defender. Steffi Schmidt with the throw in. The 0-0 on the reverse fixture should give the struggling Jena side plenty of confidence that they can provide a similar test this evening. There's Melina Reuter, she's full of running in every game. Promising 20-year-old. Judged to have fouled Caroline Simon on that occasion. Free kick to Bayern. Georgia Stanway to Dahlmann. Jose Basala, the Bayern coach, stressed at the press conference that Bayern need to retain patience and wait for their chance. Something he admitted they didn't do that well in the reverse fixture. There's the Jena coach, 27, Florian Kessner. Tanikawa. Dahlmann has Simon with a nice flick. Left-hand side now, Damjanovic into the box. Goalkeeper flying for the ball. Kett, can she get a crossover? Good block, goalkeeper will claim. Taking responsibility well there, Yasmin Janning. Good defending by Jena. Jena trying to play out from the back. Given away though, but referee Westerhoff awards the foul. Caroline Simon, the 33-year-old defender, judged to have held back Melina Reuter. Gwen Mummert lifts it forward. Damjanovic easily blocks that. Well, that's a fair challenge according to Westerhoff, the referee, by Stanway. "10 minutes have flown by in Eastern Germany. It's a pleasure to have you with us once again for Frauen-Bundesliga action. Foul on this occasion on Franziska Kett. By Mühlemann, taking quickly, Dahlmann, edge of the box. Cleared out, blocked. For a corner. Bayern normally very dangerous from set plays. The height of Viggorsdottir and Vanessa Gilles, the Canadian international. Powerful headers of the ball in particular. See what the new signing can do as well. Edna Imada. It'll be Simon with the left-footed delivery. Here's a strong header. Goalkeeper, good positioning from Yasmin Yannick. It's a foot race. Kett will win that up against the debutant Helen Borner. Stanway and Simon exchanging passes. Over to Viggorsdottir, the Iceland international. That's Kett, hurried well by Helen Borner. If you were watching the reverse fixture, the goalless draw, I'm sure you'd admit it's taking a similar pattern. Jena defending resolutely. Bayern will have to wait for their chance. Damjanovic. That's good play, good block by Jena. Streaming forward, plenty of blue shirts, but Gilles with a strong challenge. That's a robust challenge from the experienced Vanessa Gilles on Melina Reuter. She felt that one, Reuter. Medical treatment needed on Reuter. She's in plenty of pain there. Gilles really wanted to win that battle for the ball. Reuter felt the full force of that one. Kessner. And a quiet word with the Swiss midfielder, Elena Mühlemann, while Reuter continues having some treatment. Ordered off the pitch by referee Westerhoff. It's a replay of the header. Both Gilles and Claudis Viggorsdottir talked about their strengths from set plays. Tanikawa doing well there to break up play for Bayern, and they have the opportunity to build from the back once again. Viggorsdottir. Jena going to have 11 players behind the ball. Simon. See the quality of her left foot. While it remains 0-0, Jena will press with the type of urgency that carved out that sensational 0-0 draw earlier in the campaign. "29 shots on goal Bayern had at the Bayern campus on that occasion, but couldn't find a way through this blue Jena wall. Referee Westerhoff gives the free kick to Bayern for the foul on Stanway. Bayern's coach Jose Barsala barking out instructions to his side. Travelling support is there in Jena, in Thüringen. Good passing, Vanessa Gilles, Dahlmann to the right-hand side. Pernille Harder, don't see that too often. She loses the ball. The New Zealander, Sawyer Hiring, has had a good season, just 20 years old for Jena. Harder has some space here. Can she get a shot off? Not a good connection, not on this occasion from Harder. Bayern will go again. Gilles has Simon in support. She lifts it into the box. Goalkeeper does come and claim. Good handling from Yasmin Janning. Have to think that if Bayern can get a goal, they will open the floodgates, but that's what I was saying in the fixture earlier on in the campaign. They just could not find a way. Here come Bayern with Harder, but good defending from Steffi Schmidt as the rain starts to pour in eastern Germany. Damjanovic has Simon. Oh, it's squeezed into the net. They have found the lead. Bayern take the lead. Jovana Damjanovic skid off the surface into the corner of the net, and Bayern do take the lead on 19 minutes. Relief for Jose Barsala's side. They finally found a way past Jena. Damjanovic, goalkeeper, was slightly unsighted, but you have to think should have got a hand to that. It squirmed away from the goalkeeper Yasmin Janning, and Bayern take the lead. Vital goal for Bayern Munich. It's the fourth Frauen-Bundesliga goal of the campaign for the Serbian striker Damjanovic. Relief for the runaway league leaders. Here they come again with Damjanovic, the goal scorer. Lifted to the back post, but that will be dealt with by Suya Hering. Just talked about the rain was pouring, it was heavy rain. Maybe that skid off the surface and meant that the ball was quicker than the goalkeeper, Yasmin Janning. Had initially thought, but it squeezed into the corner of the net, past the outstretched arms of the 20-year-old goalkeeper. Bayern's 62nd goal of the campaign and just 5 conceded. They've scored three or more goals in each of their last 13 Bundesliga games, which is a new league record. Oh! Tipped over the bar. On this occasion from Jasmin Janning, Bayern's new signing. Edna Imade with the effort. From the edge of the box. Good connection, left-footed. Tipped over the bar from Janning. Elena Mouliman, the Swiss midfielder, gets back to her feet. Simon will take this left-footed. Headed out by Mouliman. Tanikawa, Stanway, lifts it to the back post, looking for Harder. Danmanovic. Tests Janning again. More comfortable on this occasion. So some concern there for Florian Kessler. How will his side react to going behind? Bayern will come forward looking for a second. It's what they always do. They have the most potent attack in the league. Simon looking for some space. Jamnanovic in support. Takes on Schenk. Offside, according to Nadine Westerhoff. Well, that's the quality of Bayern Munich. Have the quality to hurt teams from every position of the pitch. And it's the Serbian striker Damjanovic with her 4th Frauen-Bundesliga goal of the season. That probably won't change Jena's game plan. Been looking to keep it tight, keep it 1-0 for as long as possible. Good trickery from Linda Dahlmann, good play. Has Tanikawa in support, Japanese star, brilliant. Well, couldn't quite get the connection she wanted. Momoko Tanikawa, brilliant jinking run from the Japanese. One way and then the other, but couldn't get the left-footed connection to test Jasmin Janning on that occasion. Lovely run from Tanikawa, ever present this season for Bayern Munich in midfield. 7 goals for the Japanese star. Comes Helen Borner trying to find Reuter. Has Herring on the overlap. Can she come forward? Great touch, but the goalkeeper will claim. Maria Luisa Gross, well, almost fell very nicely for the New Zealander, Soya Herring. These signs that Jena will look to come forward at every opportunity when they get a sniff of a chance. Here's Damjanovic. Wow, good play from Damjanovic. What a run that is, and a finish. What a goal that is from the Serbian striker, Jovana Damjanovic. Jinked one way, then the other, and a composed finish into the corner, leaving the Jena goalkeeper no chance. Bayern double the lead. The 26th minute. Second goal from Damjanovic. Lovely jinking run. Brushed off the defenders, and an easy finish past a helpless goalkeeper. Fell nicely, but she put it away with ease and comfort. Bayern in control in Eastern Germany. They lead 2-0. Fifth goal of the season for Damjanovic. She'll be looking for a first-half hat-trick. Well, this is going to be one-way traffic now, that's for sure. They've still got 11 players behind the ball, Jena. Question of how many goals can Bayern Munich get? $63 goals this season for Bayern Munich, just 5 against. They don't really need to boost their goal difference this evening in Eastern Germany, but they will. Damjanovic will be looking for a hat-trick. Here's Tanikawa. Cross to Harder. Harder looking for Ket in support. Good block by the Kiwi, Suya Hering. Frustration for the home Jena fans. They were looking to annoy Bayern for as long as possible, like they did in the reverse fixture in Munich. Here's Karenin Simon with the corner. Goes to the edge of the... Wow! Referee Westerhoff gives a free kick to Jena. Saw a handball, perhaps. Came to the far post. Goalkeeper didn't come. Georgia Stanway, adjudged to have handled the ball. It's a replay of Hering's block. Just a reminder, this is top against bottom in the Frauen-Bundesliga. And the 3 points look to be heading back to Bavaria. Stanway. Dahlmann always ready to receive the ball. Stanway, Tanikawa is Harder. Stanway, Pernil Harder, the Danish striker. Tanikawa, incisive pass to Simon. Kett goes to ground. Free kick to Bayern. Referee Westerhoff awards the foul against Jena, and Elena Mühlemann, prime position this is for a free kick. Centre. Just outside the box, so Yasmin Yanning will have to be top form if Bayern get this on target. 5 players at the moment fancy this free kick. Leave it to Caroline Simon and Tanikawa. Simon is the left-footed option. Tanikawa with the right foot. Here's Simon with the strike, but it's blocked. Tanikawa will get the next free kick, fairly sure, after that effort from the 33-year-old experienced defender Caroline Simon. Bayern lead 2-0. Double strike from the Serbian striker Jovana Damjanovic on the ball right now. Stanway finds Dahlmann. Damjanovic looking for a hat-trick. Oh, that's always going wide from the Serbian. Had space there, couldn't find the quality on that occasion. Debutant Helen Berner adjudged offside. See, Bayern have had 7 attempts, 6 on target already. 74% possession to 26 from Jena. One-way traffic, as we expected. Bayern looking to increase their lead. Kett. Gilles, useful ball to the double goal scorer, Damjanovic. If he's honest, though, Florian Kessler, the Jena coach, he would have known this is going to be a really stiff test for his side tonight against Bayern Munich. Jena have some easier propositions ahead in the next few weeks. In particular, a test against Hamburg, who are also down there fighting for survival. Those are the points that will keep them in this division. That will decide their fate, not the match against Bayern Munich. They're coming forward with Soya Herring. Judged offside, though. Good touch from Bayern's new signing, Edna Imada, and she's on the ball now. Finds Kett. Kett, wow, the shot was deflected. Powerful strike from Franziska Kett. Came off a Jena head, out for a corner. Good strike from 21-year-old Bayern talent. Corner will come in from Caroline Simon. Lifted. Oh, Imada was jostling for the ball, couldn't quite get on the end of it. Good delivery, as always, by Simon. Vanessa Gilles also straining to convert to header. Chance now for Jena to come forward, but that's leaving too much for Helen Berner. And Stanway and Gilles have everything under control. Back to the goalkeeper, Maria Gross. Wanted to be an astronaut when she was younger. She had to settle for playing in goal for Bayern Munich. I'm sure that's also fulfilling a dream. The rain continues to pour in eastern Germany. To add to their goal count. Here comes Imada. Good defending once again by Herring, the New Zealander. Good ball as well, finds Melina Reuter, taking on Gilles. Gilles finds Tanikawa, Simon, first time passing, Dahlmann, Vigelsdottir. Stanway looking for Pernille Harder. Nice touch from Danish striker. Has Tanikawa in support. Whoa, what a goal that is from the Japanese star, Momoko Tanikawa. In off the post. Brilliant goal from the 20-year-old Japanese star. Her 8th for the season. Good move from Bayern. Cracking finish from Tanikawa. She knows where the goal is. That's her 8th goal in this Frauen-Bundesliga campaign. Fell nicely after the jostling run from Pernille Harder. Bayern totally in control of this one now. 3-0. "64 goals scored this campaign now, just 5 conceded. An 8th for Japanese midfielder Tanikawa. More happiness for the Bayern substitutes. Imada sent on a foot race, but can't keep that one in, that's for sure. Gilles back to the goalkeeper. Rules. Bayern have gone 9 straight games against Jena without conceding. So tells its own story. Bayern have never lost to Jena in the Bundesliga. 27 meetings, just 5 draws. Referee Westerhoff having a word with Melina Reuter about an earlier challenge. Wow, that's broken up too easily by Kett. Space here for Imanda, and just past the post from Tanikawa. Bayern were pressing so high up on the pitch. With the recent rain, it's very difficult. The conditions are very sapping. Just past the post from the Japanese star Tanikawa. Simon lifts it forward, looking for Harder. Harder does well. Pernil Harder tries to find Damjanovic. Pernil Harder scored 2 in the victory at Freiburg, reaching 100 Bundesliga, Frauen-Bundesliga goals. The Danish striker, one of the best in the world. Referee not happy with Melina Reuter, already giving her final warning. A couple of minutes ago, she finally goes into the book. A yellow card for Melina Reuter for persistent foul play. As we approach half-time. Bayern leading 3-0, firmly in control. Here's Tanikawa. Plenty of red shirts in support. Always going wide. That occasion from Pernil Harder, Bayern's top scorer. 9 goals in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Reuter's booked for shove in the back on the Canadian defender, Vanessa Gillis. Wouldn't be a surprise if both sides take the opportunity to make some changes after the break. A rotation, the order of the day for Jose Basala and Bayern. Give some rest to some key players. And the Jena coach as well will know there'll be some easier tasks ahead for his side as they look to stay in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Linda Dahlmann cross to Harder. Stanway finds Damjanovic. Harder looking for support, has Simon, the left-footed option. Harder heads it back in. Stanway. Simon will go left-footed again to Harder, edge of the box. Dahlmann has some space. Dahlmann cleared by Mühlemann, only to Damjanovic. Corner to Bayern. Looking for a fourth just before half-time. Gwen Mummet with the vital block.
Die offizielle Nachspielzeit der ersten Halbzeit beträgt
2 minutes of added time in Jena. Caroline Simon with another corner. The header by Imad, always going over. Imad. Recalled from a loan at Real Sociedad in Spain. Made an immediate impact with a goal as a substitute in the win against Freiburg Friday. So the final minute of added time. Stanway. Broken up by Jena on this occasion. Gentile finds Müllermann. Can Jena hit back just before the break? Hopeful pass from Sawyer Herring. Looking for Mika Andersson. Jose Barsala, the Bayern coach, decided has this game firmly under control. It's half-time in Jena. A double strike from the Serbian striker, Jovana Damjanovic, before Momoko Tadikawa, the Japanese midfielder, with a lovely goal in off the post for Bayern's third against bottom of the table Jena. We'll be back in a few minutes for more live coverage of the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Bayern Munich lead this one 3-0 against struggling Jena.
Für alle, die noch mal ein bisschen besserem Wetter ins Stadion gehen wollen, die nächste Möglichkeit habt ihr am Sonntag zum 18. Spieltag der Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga, wenn Eintracht Frankfurt zu Gast ist. Anstoß ist am Nachmittag um 16 Uhr. Dann geht es am 11.3. weiter mit dem Viertelfinale des DFB-Pokal. Anstoß ist um 18:30 Uhr gegen den SC Sand. Dann der Aktionsspieltag Fußball vereint am 15. März um 14 Uhr. Ihr kriegt das Ticket gegen den HSV für 2 €, kein Ausgehen, also um die komplette Familie mit ins Stadion zu streifen. Vater, Mutter, Kinder, Oma, Opa, Onkels, Tanten, alle kommen mit. Dann machen wir die Bude einmal richtig, richtig voll. Als den Herren steht das nächste Spiel am 21.02. an, ein Samstag um 14 Uhr ist Anpfiff gegen Chemie Leipzig am 23. Spieltag der Regionalliga Nordost. Auch wenn das Wetter gerade nicht dazu einlädt, das soll die nächsten Tage wieder anders werden. Bis zum 22.02. habt ihr noch die Möglichkeit, die Eiswelt Jena zu besuchen im Ernst-Abbe Sportfeld. Das geht noch bis zum 22.02. Und zu guter Letzt haben wir noch den Graf und Unheilig, der ist zu Gast im Ernst-Abbe Sportfeld am 30.05. für sein einziges Open-Air-Konzert in Thüringen. Tickets gibt es ab sofort, kriegt ihr online oder an ausgezeichneten Vorverkaufsstellen.
So welcome back to the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga action. It's Jena against Bayern Munich. Bayern lead 3-0 at the break. Almost set for the second half here at the Ernst Aber Sportfeld. Substitutions being prepared for the home side, Jena. Lisa Gora and Rika Tietz will be the players coming on for the Frauen Bundesliga strugglers. Bayern have a substitution of their own. The Austrian experienced midfielder Barbara Dunst coming on for the second half. Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga action. Leaders Bayern Munich leading 3-0 at the break.
Ein Doppelwechsel zur Pause beim FC Zeiss Jena. Feierabend für unsere Nummer 27 Ben Hummert und für unsere 29 Helen Nauner. Neues Spiel die Nummer 16 Lisa Gora und die Nummer 17 Rike Tietz. Ebenfalls ein Wechsel bei unseren Gästen. Es geht um welche Nummer 10
Linda Dahlmann was the player replaced by Barbara Dunst. And here is Barbara Dunst, the experienced Austrian midfielder, 28-year-old. Here's Damjanovic looking for a third across to Harder. Janning pounces on the ball. Jena will be keeping it, looking to keep the scoreline as tight as possible. They have a better goal difference than the likes of Hamburg, are also down there towards the bottom of the table, struggling. So they want a total capitulation here against Bayern Munich. This looks to be taking a similar pattern as the first half. Bayern seeing all the ball. Damage limitation for struggling Jena. Harder playing in. Simon to the substitute. Dunst. Imada has to be offside, surely. The referee's whistle finally does go. Bayern trying to pass it into the net there. A little bit guilty of not shooting when they had the chance, that's for sure. Dunst tried to find new signing Edna Imada, but she was offside. Bayern will have to come again. Jena only a point off safety. That should give them a lot of consolation. 2 games in hand as well. After the freezing temperatures in Germany. They did have a much better goal difference, but they'll be keen to keep the scoreline respectable tonight in Eastern Germany. Substitute Barbara Dunst wins Bayern a throw-in. scored from the back again. Vanessa Gilles, the Canadian. Harder, Dunst in support. Pernille Harder there, 33-year-old Danish striker. Reached 100 Bundesliga goals against Freiburg. She scored twice. Top signing for Bayern Munich. Here they come again. Whoa, what a finish that is from Georgia Stanway. Blasts it into the net, a fourth for Bayern. This could get ugly for bottom of the table, Jena. Joy for the England international, Georgia Stanway. Tanikawa, Simon fell nicely to Georgia Stanway. She fired past a helpless goalkeeper. Quality finish from the England star. Jena, of course, kept Bayern to a goalless draw earlier in the season. This is perhaps some punishment for that. The only side to have prevented Bayern Munich from winning this season in the Frauen-Bundesliga. It's not going to happen tonight in Eastern Germany. Bayern now 65 goals for the season and only 5 against. Looking good for the title in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Do have their New Year's challenges. Wolfsburg coming up in a few weeks' time. But on this form, it's hard to see past Bayern Munich and this machine of a side. Tanikawa. It's Harder in support. Dunst on the overlap. Lifts it to the back post. Headed out for a corner by the substitute, Lisa Gora. Bayern looking to take this quickly. Damjanovic is alert to it. Caroline Simon will lift this in left-footed, looking for the height of Vigosdottir or Gilles. Gilles gets good connection on it, but it was always rising over the bar. The Canadian international defender started the season in prime goal-scoring form for Bayern Munich. 3 headers in 4 games to kick off the season. Seen off the challenge of Tuva Hansen in central defence for Bayern. replaces Pernille Harder, who will be buoyant after scoring her 10th of the season. 5-0 Bayern lead, still plenty of time, just reached the hour mark in Eastern Germany. Pleasure to have you with us for live coverage of the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Imada. Not yet on the score sheet. Bayern's striker recalled from a loan at Real Sociedad. Referee Nadine Westerhoff has this game firmly under her control. Bayern's substitutes will be looking to make an impact. Quiet evening for the Bayern goalkeeper, Maria Gross. There's some space for Tanikawa Amani. Ken is closed down. Bayern will be patient. One-way traffic, as it's been from the start. Once Bayern scored that opening goal from Jovana Damjanovic, it's a question of how many can Bayern score this evening. They've got 5 so far, but still plenty of time. Substitute Amani. Plenty of support for the champions, Bayern Munich, and the drums out in full force. Aimless on this occasion. Bayern, of course, still in the UEFA Women's Champions League. They await the winners of a playoff match between Manchester United and Atletico Madrid. Interestingly, Bayern have announced that the home leg will be played at the Allianz Arena, where they beat Arsenal early on in the campaign, recovering from a 2-goal deficit to win that brilliantly. Bayern looking to go deep in the Champions League this season. Wolfsburg, the other German side in the Women's Champions League, they're in a playoff against Juventus, the Italian giants. So 2 attractive ties await. Foul on Franziska Kett. by Nika Andersson. Yes, the Bayern coach, 44-year-old Spaniard Jose Basala. Yet to taste defeat in the Frauen-Bundesliga. This will be Bayern's 16th win with just a draw. That was against Jena earlier on in the season. Given away on this occasion by Gilles, but easily won back by Tanikawa. Jena fighting relegation, up against the likes of Hamburg, who are down there struggling, and Essen. Looks a three-way battle to avoid relegation. Two teams will go down this season from the Frauen-Bundesliga. Jena will have to improve their home form. They're the only side in the Frauen-Bundesliga without a home win. Both of their wins have come on their travels in recent weeks. Here come Bayern with Kett. She's held up, but Bayern will come again. Stanway looking for options. Kett is still in there. And the substitute, Bernadette Amani. Signed from La Liga, Tenerife. Stanway with some space. Caruso. The Italian. Jena have battled bravely, but it was always going to be a stern test to repeat that famous 0-0 draw. Vanessa Gilles seeing plenty of the ball, spreads it to Georgia Stanway. That's a good run by Barbara Dunst, unselfish, looking for Tanikawa. It's twice that Barbara Dunst chose to try and play in a teammate. She might have taken a shot herself. Bayern will come again. Offside on this occasion. New Zealander, Suya Herring, will need some treatment. She's feeling her ankle. She's had a good season for the East German side. 10 appearances so far. Always full of running. She looks okay to continue. Ket challenged by the substitute Olivia Azadi. Amani. Nashinvang's in there. Tanikawa. Gilles. Well, that was good intentions, but the shot was always going wide from Georgia Stanway. Stanway made it clear that she would not be extending her contract in the Bavarian capital. She'll be leaving Bayern in the summer. She'll be hoping to take some more silverware with her. Another Frauen-Bundesliga title looks a formality. But it's the Women's Champions League that Stanway will want to lift this season. Julia Gwynn will be the next substitute. For Bayern Munich. They're on the attack again with Imade. Tanikawa. Normally plays on the right-hand side, Julia Gwynn. Jena chose to rest their top scorer for this one, Isabella Jaron, who scored 4 goals this season. Maybe with tougher tests, you know, with more likely chances to win points in the weeks ahead, especially against Hamburg in particular. Foul on Emily Reske. And it's Franziska Ket who makes way for German international Julia Gwynn. Top quality on the Bayern bench, that's for sure. The substitutes that they can introduce to any game and make an impact. Real luxury problems for Jose Basala and Bayern Munich. Dunst, two substitutes there, Dunst and Amani. Ultimately, the campaign will hinge on the Champions League, though, for Bayern Munich. Can they reach the final? Here's Julia Gwynn trying to make an immediate impact, gets to the byline, but can't quite keep that one in play. She'll see plenty of ball on this right-hand side for the last quarter of an hour or so. Bayern still pressing with a lot of urgency. Fresh legs of the substitutes. Stanway still full of running. Lehmann will be the next substitute for Zeiss Jena. Hannah Lehmann getting her final instructions from Florian Kessner. It's almost as if Bayern are punishing Jena for having the temerity for playing out a goalless draw in Munich earlier this season. Substitute Olivia outside it, trying to put some pressure on Maria Gross. To no avail. Bayern will come forward, looking for a sixth. Strong play from Amani, retaining possession of the ball under pressure. Good flick there. Wow, it was too heavy, looking for Imada. Gentile will make way for Hannah Lehmann. Can the fresh legs make a difference in the final 10 minutes or so in Eastern Germany? 23 attempts on goal for Bayern, 12 on target so far. Well, it's some space here. Straight at the goalkeeper. Yasmin Yanning with the save from Barbara Dunst. Good shot from the Austrian, but it was straight at the keeper on this occasion. Referee Westerhoff says play on. Offside, Olivia outside it, much to the dismay of the home fans in Eastern Germany. A substitute signed from Fenerbahce in Turkey. Swedish striker, an interesting pedigree. Can score goals, and that'll be needed for Jena if they are to avoid relegation from the top flight this season. do have one of the youngest squads in the Frauen-Bundesliga, Jena. Average age of just over 23, up against this Bayern machine, the oldest squad in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Average age of just over 27. It's the next 5 games for Jena, Frankfurt and Nuremberg, Hamburg. Those 2 against Nuremberg and Hamburg, those are the 2 they'll be pinpointing for victories, vital 3 points. Bayern, of course, match day 19, will play host to their nearest challengers, Wolfsburg. That'll be match of the day in the Frauen-Bundesliga. Tune in to that one as we present live coverage of the Google Pixel Frauen-Bundesliga. Good play from Suya Herinch, put in a good shift, the New Zealander. Appeals for a foul. The referee's whistle finally goes from Nadine Westerhoff. For the foul on Rika Tietz. Julia Gwynn, the guilty party on that occasion. Herring, good ball, looking for the substitute. Oh, Olivia Alcede. Corner to Jena. She's made a decent contribution since coming on, Olivia Alcede. Scorer of that vital winning goal for Jena against Union Berlin at the weekend. Can they get a consolation into the near post? Appeals for a handball, penalty. Thoma Ehlenberg judged to have been fouled. We'll have to see that again on the replay. Referee Nadine Westerhoff, absolutely no hesitation, jostling for the ball was the captain of Jena, Thoma Ehlenberg. She was brought down to the ground by the substitute, Bernadette Amani. And the substitute, Lisa Gora, has the chance to pull one back for Jena. Oh, Lisa Gora hits the post. Agony for the bottom side, Jena. Decent strike from Lisa Gora, but it rattled the post. Agony for Jena, and they could get hurt on the counter-attack now. Tanikawa. Wow, they won't get a better chance to score tonight against the league leaders. You have to think. It was a good strike by Lisa Gora, but firmly rattled the post. So Jena will have to wait for a consolation. Just 5 minutes plus added time in Eastern Germany remaining. Georgia Stanway as Bayern look for a 6th. Here's a replay of the penalty. Well, the goalkeeper, Gross, went the right way. It was the wrong side of the post from a Jena point of view, that's for sure. forward, looking for a sixth. Vigosdottir is forced back, the Iceland international. Tanikawa unusually gives the ball away. She probably doesn't need to worry, she'll have it very shortly. Come. Substitute Amani trying to trick away into the box. Julia Gwyn. There is Tanikawa. Cross to Katarina Naschenfeng. Wow, quality delivery and new signing. Edna Imade. His header was just past the post. Decent delivery from the Austrian Katarina Naschenfeng, and Edna Imade, who scored on her debut on Friday. Couldn't direct it on target on that occasion. Foul on Stanway. She has the ball again. Barbara Dunst. Good trickery from the Austrian. Well, it's a free header and a sixth. Better header on this occasion from Bayern striker Edna Imade. Her second after being recalled on loan from Real Sociedad. Good header from a beautiful delivery from Barbara Dunst. Quality header, leaving the goalkeeper Yasmin Yanning no chance. As Bayern hit Jena for 6. It's 2-2 for Edna Imade for Bayern Munich. As we head into the final minute of normal time. Referee Westerhoff happy to let play continue, but she's going to dish out a yellow card to Rika Tietz, the Jena substitute. Interesting to see how much added time we have in Jena. Normally when the scoreline is so brutal in one side's direction, there's very little added time. Rika Tietz, yellow card for the shirt pull on Momoko Tanikawa. Julia Gwyn. Gonna have 3 minutes of added time in Jena. Can Bayern make it a magnificent 7? There's Tanikawa to Dunst. Another decent delivery. Half cleared, only to Naschenfeng, the Austrian. The rain continues in eastern Germany. Substitute Olivier Alsaidi chasing again. Important for Jena not to be too downhearted after this result. They will know those games coming up against Nuremberg and Hamburg in particular, that will go a long way to deciding their fate this season. Going to have to pick up some home wins though. They are the only side in the Frauen Bundesliga without a home win. And they've been firmly beaten by the champions and league leaders, Bayern Munich. Substitute Amani battling for the ball. Pitch has held up pretty well in the streaming rain. Hard to imagine this pitch was full of snow only a week or so ago. Into the final 30 seconds. One last chance perhaps for Bayern. Tanikawa. The referee, though, says that's it in Jena. Full time. Bayern Munich stretch their lead at the top of the Frauen Bundesliga. Impressive performance. 6-0 the final scoreline in Jena. Once the floodgates open on 19 minutes, the Serbian striker Jovana Damjanovic firing Bayern ahead. It was a case of damage limitation from that point on for Jena. Damjanovic doubled the lead on 26 minutes. Quality finish into the corner of the net before the Japanese Momoko Tanikawa hit her 8th goal of the season to make it 3-0 at half-time. No worries for Jose Basala and his side. 3 more goals in the second half. Georgia Stanway with a quality finish. Pernille Harder, the Danish striker, and the final goal of the evening for Bayern with their new striker, Edna Imade. Nice little header on 88 minutes. Frustration and agony, perhaps, for Jena, who missed a penalty through Lisa Glora. But they'll need to bounce back pretty quickly. They have some winnable matches up against Nuremberg and Hamburg in particular. Frustration there on screen from Lisa Glora, but you can miss a penalty. That's for sure. Even Harry Kane's missed a penalty. So another 3 points for Bayern Munich. They look unstoppable at the top of the Google Pixel Frauen Bundesliga. Jena will live to fight another day at the bottom. It's a real pleasure to have you with us this evening.
langer Zeit endlich mal wieder ein Heimspiel im DFB-Pokal und das heißt so ein Macher. Herrlich, ich freue mich. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Liebe Bayern, liebe Gäste, die mitgereisten Fans aus Leipzig, die Mannschaft, die Verantwortlichen, herzlich willkommen bei uns in München. Das ist halt immer wieder schön. Ein Flutlichtspiel in der Arena. Es wird einfach nur einen Sieger geben heute Abend. Wer zieht als letzte Mannschaft ins Halbfinale dieses DFB-Pokals ein? Wir werden sehen. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Die ganze Arena hat sich dann doch gut gefüllt. Wir haben das alle mitbekommen. Im Vorfeld war alles nicht so einfach, aber wir in München, wir in Bayern, wir lassen uns auch aufpassen, dass wir nicht mal sein. Sehr schön. Also freuen wir uns auf den heutigen Abend. Ich darf euch auch gleich sagen, wer der Schiedsrichter der Partie ist, das ist Daniel Siebert. Ihm assistieren Jan Seibel und Raphael Fontin. Der vierte Offizielle ist Daniel Schlager und unser Videoassistent heißt Benjamin Portus. RB Leipzig spielt in folgender Aufstellung. Im Tor mit der Nummer 26 Armin Vanderborg. Dann die 4 die Orba, die 7 Antonio Musa, die 13 die Jonas Seibert, mit der 14 Christoph Baumgartner, die 17 die Manu, mit der 22 der Kapitän der Mannschaft David Rau, die 21 Castello Leva, 24 Sava Schlager, mit der 40 Romulo und die 49 Lanzio Mantel. Ein Wechselspieler bei Leipzig für das Tor, das ist die 1, Peter Gulaschi, mit der 5, FKP Chiabo, die 6, Ezequiel Franzosi, mit der 9, Johann Bakayoko, die 10, Ryan Buka, mit der 11, Konrad Handler, die 27, Titia Boris, die 35, Max Hildgräfe und die 39, Benjamin Engels. Das alles unter der Regie von Cheftrainer Ole Werner. Und da sind wir nicht nur in der Bundesliga, nicht nur in der Champions League, auch im DFB-Pokal. Schön, dass ihr alle da seid. Dankeschön. Ich grüße alle Roten im Stadion, in der legendären Südkurve, die Bayern-Fans im Norden, im Obermittel und Unterrang, die Fans des FC Bayern.
All eyes on the arena as the drama of the DFB-Pokal takes center stage. The high record title holders Bayern München play host to two-time winners RB Leipzig. It's a growing modern rivalry renewed as these sides meet for a third time this season. Bayern romped to a Bundesliga double, scoring 11 times and conceding just once. But as they say, the cup writes its own rules. The Bavarian Giants with a point to prove in a competition they haven't won since 2020. Leipzig out to exact their revenge for the lashings they took in the league. But what version of cup magic will we be treated to tonight in Munich? 90 minutes or maybe more to decide the fate of two teams chasing glory. The winner stays on. In recent seasons, we've seen several lower league sides write fairy tale stories in Germany's Soul Cup competition. Bundesliga 2 outfit Kaiserslautern reached the final in 2024, while last season it was Arminia Bielefeld who became the fourth third-tier side to ever feature in the showpiece event in Berlin. This season, we're looking to complete an all-Bundesliga lineup in the DFB-Pokal Final Four. Reigning champion Stuttgart and 2024 title winners Bayer Leverkusen stamped their tickets last week. Last night, 2022 finalists Freiburg needed a dramatic penalty shootout to deny Hertha Berlin a shot at a dream final on home soil. But who will join those three sides in the semi-finals? Now, this game was threatened to be derailed due to a strike planned by a public transport union, but with a special service shuttling fans to this iconic stadium, there was no stopping the DFB-Pokal, the same way there's almost been no stopping Bayern München this season. They might have made light work of Leipzig with a 6-0 win here in Munich and a 5-1 victory at the Red Bull Arena last month, but you can't say the same of their recent cup campaigns. It's not just been 5 years since the 20-time winners last lifted the DFB-Pokal. It's also been 5 years since they even made it beyond the quarterfinals. That, by Bayern standards, simply isn't good enough. But tonight, the home crowd are ready to get behind their star-studded lineup. Bayern's struggles in the DFB-Pokal have included calamities against second and third tier opposition. Part of the reason that the Bavarians lost their aura of invincibility. But that aura, which is a hark back to the Jupp Heynckes, Pep Guardiola or Hansi Flick eras, has been restored under Vincent Kompany. And yet, the assessment of the entire season feels like it's at stake tonight. His debut campaign saw Bayern bounce back from a first trophyless season since 2012 by winning the Bundesliga. But life on one of the hottest seats in German football demands that the Belgian build on his success. It's been 5 years since record title holders Bayern München last lifted the DFB-Pokal. Tonight, a huge hurdle to clear in the quarterfinals as they welcome two-time winners RB Leipzig to the Allianz Arena. James Surrogate, your match commentator, and delighted to have the pleasure of your company, as well as that of my co-commentator, Patrick Overmayela. Good evening, Patrick.
Good evening, James. Hi.
Well, this is a huge hurdle for Bayern. We've got some big names in attendance to watch on, but the Bavarians looking to reach the semi-finals of this competition for the first time in 6 years.
Yeah, it's almost unbelievable that Bayern München didn't go over that hurdle of the quarterfinals in those years. But now they have a big chance. They have a home match. They play a team that is strong, but they've beaten them twice already this season in the Bundesliga, and twice, let's say, in a quite, demanding and determined manner. A really obvious win, 6-0, 5-1. But also that's a little bit of the danger that this game brings, because Leipzig comes here and has absolutely nothing to lose, but can really enjoy this one if it goes well.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, those thrashings that Leipzig received at the hands of Bayern. As a former player, how much do they play in the back of your mind on a night like tonight?
Yeah, of course you know how it felt the last time you met the opponent and what happened. But it's always a chance to do better. And it's always motivation, extra motivation to do better. And this is a game where only those 90, maybe 120 minutes and a few penalties really determine the next couple of weeks and that feel that you can gain from it. So it's all eggs in one basket tonight, and then see what you get out of it.
Bayern have been in blistering form. They had a little bit of a bump in the road at the end of a grueling January. Several games packed into a short space of time, and as a result, a few surprise results: a defeat to Augsburg, a draw against Hamburg, but then they returned to winning ways on the weekend against Hoffenheim. Julian Nagelsmann, the German national team head coach and former Hoffenheim and Bayern head coach as well, one of those in attendance tonight. He's got a fair few stars to keep an eye on. But from Bayern's perspective, now that they've got back on track with a win against Hoffenheim, do you see them going from strength to strength now as we close out the season?
I think it's all about solidifying what started on the weekend against Hoffenheim, because they had a little bit of help, let's be honest. There was an early red card against Hoffenheim, so that helped, of course. And in the end, it was a clear win. But you need to put one on top of that to really feel that confidence again, to really feel that strength again. And that's it, what this is all about for Bayern tonight. It's a home game, and they want to prove that Bayern is on top, not just the Bundesliga, but also the DFB-Pokal, and then also in the Champions League they're doing well.
Und hier sind der FC Bayern München und RB Leipzig.
The Allianz Arena expectant on a night like tonight as they welcome RB Leipzig, hoping their Bayern side can end a 5-year exile from the DFB-Pokal Final Four. Minutes or maybe more to leave it all out on the pitch. The guts and glory of the beautiful game, the drama of the DFB-Pokal in all its splendor, the final act of the quarterfinals, and we've saved the best till last. For a look at the team starting with host Bayern, as Vincent Kompany opts not to change a winning formula after beating Hoffenheim 5-1 on Sunday. Manuel Neuer makes his 62nd DFB-Pokal appearance, which is 13 more than Leipzig have in club history. Jonathan Tah hoping to celebrate his 30th birthday with a semi-final berth. Meanwhile, up front, Michael Olise has produced 9 goal involvements in just 4 appearances against Leipzig. Despite a missed penalty in the first round against Wiesbaden, Harry Kane is the DFB-Pokal's top goal scorer with 5 to his name. Daniel Sieverts, the man in the middle. A night where the cup emotions come to the fore. Vincent Kompany and his charges will be looking to utilize the energy that this iconic stadium can create. As for visitors, Leipzig, Ole Werner's lineup features 3 changes following Saturday's narrow win over Köln. Between the 6, Peter Galacci makes way for cup keeper Martin van der Voort, who is still yet to keep a clean sheet in the competition this season. At the back, Castello Junior returns from the knee knock that ruled him out in recent weeks. He's thrust straight back into the starting lineup. Meanwhile, there's a straight swap at right back as Riedler Baku replaces Benjamin Henrichs. Elsewhere, keep a close eye on Christoph Baumgartner, who is having a career best season. He returned from suspension to bag a match-winning brace against Köln, moving him on to 12 goals and 7 assists in all competitions. Michael Olise with a ridiculous record against RB Leipzig. 9 goal involvements in 4 games against them since joining. The final act of the DFB-Pokal. A competition they haven't won in 5 seasons. 2-time winners RB Leipzig provide the opposition. The Allianz Arena provides the backdrop for what promises to be a magical night of cup action. Can the record title holders break their cup curse by booking a ticket to the semi-finals for the first time since 2020? James Thorogood, your match commentator, delighted to have the pleasure of your company, as well as that of my co-commentator Patrick Ovo-Moyela. And Ovo, big opening exchanges here. Bayern will be full of confidence. Leipzig need to withstand them.
Yeah, but there was, and you mentioned that before game, there was a crack in that confidence in recent weeks. And of course they came back last weekend against Hoffenheim, a very strong team in the Bundesliga as well, with a very, very clear win. But if Leipzig can find some ways to then maybe they can do something here against Bayern.
Kane looks at the run of Davies, and even the sprinter that is Alphonso Davies struggles to keep that one in play, but does. Or not, according to the officials.
Oh, I think that ball was good, actually. From this angle, it seems like Davies was there in time, but the assistant referee said, nope, that's a goal kick.
How could they doubt the roadrunner that is Alphonso Davies? Thomas Müller might not be on the books anymore, but we can still enjoy a meep-meep. Jonathan Tah celebrating his 30th birthday. Wouldn't mind doing it with a ticket to the semi-finals. He is the player on the Bayern books with the most recent DFB-Pokal win, having been part of the Leverkusen side that won it in 2024.
We see some early pressure here from Leipzig. Diomande against Davies wins that ball, and Leipzig also wants to put out a statement here that those 2 defeats that they conceded against Bayern were maybe not as obvious, maybe not as clear. At least that second one, that 5-1 loss just a few weeks ago, not as clear as it seems on paper.
Ole Werner referenced the fact that he felt his side played 80 really good minutes against the German record title holders, but as many a side have experienced, 80 good minutes just simply isn't enough. Baumgartner, that's a nice teasing ball in behind, but Neuer will get there ahead of Romelu, the man who scored the opener in that 5-1 defeat for Leipzig against Bayern last month. They have made a habit of scoring early goals in the DFB-Pokal as well. They scored after the 6th minute against SV Sandhausen. It was the 13th minute against Energie Cottbus and the 19th minute against Magdeburg. And now Neuer with a rare errant pass there straight out of play, much to the pleasure of Ole Werner.
Yeah, it's probably part of the match plan to bring that occasional pressure, that high pressure every now and then. Leipzig is a team who can do that. They have the type of players, and they have Diomande now over the right wing.
That head-to-head between Diomande and Davies will be fascinating, but look at the dazzling feet of Jan Diomande and Baumgartner! The man in red-hot form, Ole Werner's talisman, strikes early for Leipzig at the Allianz Arena. A shock to the system on a night Bayern want to reach the semi-finals for the first time since 2020, but it's a dream start for Leipzig.
Yeah, but shock is the right way to put it. That stadium got quiet after Baumgartner connected so well with that ball. But what a dribbling that was from Diomande. He has those quick feet and goes in between 3 players of Bayern. Nobody able to really stop him. In the end, that ball gets to Baumgartner, and he's not waiting for anything, just releasing, pulling the trigger. And that's the first little surprise in this game, and it goes to Leipzig. The
Allianz Arena rises to its feet in support of its side despite the early setback. Is this being checked?
Yeah, I think that checking the positioning of Baumgartner when that ball got off the foot of Diomande towards him.
Of course, Baumgartner was at the heart of a pretty controversial decision in that 2-1 win over Köln on the weekend. There was an offside call after he had handled the ball to keep it out. Let's see, is he offside here? Oh, I don't think so.
Yeah, but it's a matter of really small margins there. First of all, that's an insane dribbling. And Baumgartner comes out. Oh, yeah.
It doesn't count. It's not a dream start for Leipzig.
Finale Entscheidung, kein Tor, indirekter Freistoß Bayern München.
Yeah, Baumgartner came out of, or tried to come out of that offside position, but in the end, maybe a foot or so was dragging, and he got caught doing that.
Well, doesn't that just set the stall for what could be a rip-roaring night of cup action? We've had the first highlight, but for Leipzig, that's a bit of a blow to confidence because an early goal would have done them wonders.
Yeah, that's true. But on the other hand, they felt that it's possible, that they can do something, that you can hurt Bayern. And this is also something you can take from that situation.
Antonio Nusa, Brown on the overlap. That goal that did not stand as almost a carbon copy of the finish that Baumgartner produced for his second against Köln, albeit without the incredible first touch he needed. The fact is, he is the talisman for Leipzig under Ole Werner. And I mean, we're talking about the finest of margins.
Yeah. Now is that moment that the ball is played, and it's a good foot or so. He was heading in the right direction, actually, but...
Now, that replay was more conclusive than the first one we saw. But now, here come Leipzig again. Upamecano, risky challenge. Nusa with the follow-up effort sends it well wide, but the Leipzig players ask some questions at the challenge from Upamecano on his fellow Frenchman, Castello Junior.
There's early intensity again. Good dribbling. We saw that before. Now you have the lines to confirm what we already know. It was an offside position. Leipzig on the front foot here. They bring the pressure. They win challenges. Really ask the right questions early in this game.
It was the message out of the Leipzig camp, whether you listen to Ole Werner's pre-match press conference or the interview with Captain David Alm on the club website, where they were talking about the fact that not just their performance in the 5-1 loss, but also recent results of Bayern have proven that they're wounded. And then the question is, how do Leipzig inflict the wound tonight and cracking the cage early? It's not a bad way to do it.
No, it's actually the right way. And I also listened to Master Schäfer before the game, and he said it's important, of course, to have a killer back, but they played probably the best first half of their campaign against Bayern in that 5-1 defeat. And they want to take it from there. They want to take all the good things out of that and what they learned of that second half or the ending of that game and just do better.
Leipzig do have a pretty miserable historical record against Bayern. 24 meetings, just 3 victories, 7 draws and 14 wins for the Bavarian Giants, including the league double this season. Olise bagged a brace. Diaz got a goal on his Bundesliga debut before Harry Kane scored a hat-trick in the 6-0 win here at the Allianz Arena. As mentioned, Romelu opened the scoring in the 5-1 win for Bayern. But then there were 5 goals unanswered in the second half from Serge Gnabry, Harry Kane, Jonathan Tah, Pavlovic and Michael Olise. Tah in a tricky foot race there with Romelu, but acquits himself well.
Yeah, but needed to do that. I like what and how Leipzig is doing. Again, they win the ball early and up on the pitch.
Diomande right now the danger man. He is the X factor a source of unpredictability. And as we've already seen, he's got footwork that is incredibly dreamy.
Yeah, footwork galore, and it's not just him. I mean, you have also on the other side, you have Musa, who's a very interesting player and can become a key player in this game, in that matchup against Stanisic. Romulo also with a little more physique in his game against the center backs, Upamecano and Tasso. Really good challenges all over the place. I can't wait to see how these go over the 90 or 120 minutes.
As Willi Orban, the Leipzig centre-back, put it, if big clubs aren't interested, and I don't know what's going on. The fact is, Leipzig have learned from their lessons in the past, and he doesn't have a release clause, which is huge, but if they miss out on the Champions League, could be problematic. Right now, Diaz finds Harry Kane with the piercing pass. Kane cuts inside, it's deflected off the line. Heart-in-mouth moment for Leipzig. It all opened up for Harry Kane after the deflected cross. But the Englishman can't make the most of the opportunity.
You don't see that all too often, that Harry Kane this close to the goal is missing an opportunity. But this time, I think he wasn't really well positioned to use his left foot there from short distance. Probably have a closer look on it in a couple of moments.
Gnabry with the run in behind, the pass didn't quite match it. Kimmich just about wins out against Romelu. Stanisic, Olise on the run. Angle of the pass favouring Martin van der Voort. All of Leipzig's goalkeepers recently signing contract extensions, and the idea is that next season Van der Voort will start transitioning into being the undisputed #1. Position still held by Peter Gulacsi, who's been an incredible servant for the club. That's a lovely touch from Baumgartner. Holds off the challenge of Upamecano. Now Nusa has the run of Zijvaart ahead of him. Nusa just gets past Stanisic, trying to stand him up, and settles for the corner.
I think there was a little opening to put that pass through to Niklas Zijvaart that Musa was missing out on. They get a corner from it.
They pointed to the fact that Bayern are woundable. They almost wounded them inside 5 minutes, and now one of Bayern's great vulnerabilities is set pieces. Straum swings it in, header met, oh, and Schlager was there, unmarked in the 6-yard box, but doesn't provide the vital touch.
Wow, what a big chance there. I mean, after that long cross, actually, but I think it was planned that way. Would have been no offside from Savaschlager, and this is the chance before from Harry Kane. He didn't really get that good angle with his left foot after he made that change to his left foot. He had to be quick. There was another Leipzig defender approaching. But we have chances on both sides. That's the kind of intensity, the kind of football match that we've been waiting for.
And this game, early doors, living up to the pre-match expectations. It might be goalless, but we've had plenty to talk about already. Two sides that love to play expansive, attractive, attacking football, and now Upamecano looking for Olise. The pass just a touch too vertical. Olise goes down, clutching his face. Bit of rough treatment from David Raum, the Leipzig captain.
Yeah, and there might have been a stretched out arm from David Raum to get a feel for the attacker, but I don't think there was enough there to make this a penalizable situation and a penalty.
Well, Raum was asked how to handle Michael Olise and said it's very difficult to, based on the fact you never really know what he's going to do. Not sure an elbow to the face is the right method.
He took the word to handle, took it way too serious in that situation.
But that is the type of rough treatment Michael Olise is going to have to expect over the course of his career now that his reputation continues to blossom with Bayern, and this season He's chasing Lionel Messi's single-season assist record as well, and firmly on course to break it, which would be quite the accomplishment for the man signed from Crystal Palace.
Yeah, but so far it's a true love story between Michael Olise and FC Bayern Munich. From the very first game, he had an impact, felt at home, and the fans loved him, and he repaid them with nothing but great football.
The first player since Franck Ribéry to come off the bench and provide 3 assists in the 5-1 win, and there we see there is a catch at the elbow, nothing untoward from Raum, though.
No, not at all. I mean, that's the usual, and actually he tries to go under the arm of David Raum as well a little bit, and that's why he catches that elbow on the cheek.
Bayern had a pretty controversial penalty awarded to them that came along with a red card for Kevin Akpoguma in that 5-1 win over Hoffenheim, a game-changing moment early doors. Ovo, as a former defender yourself, I've got to ask your opinion.
Yeah.
Do you stand by the decision? Would you have given it as a penalty? It seemed soft.
No, not at all. I mean, in the moment, I was like, that didn't look right. But seeing the different angles and the replays, there was not enough there from Akpoguma against Luis Diaz in that situation to make this a penalty. And it decided the game, in my opinion.
Diamonde beat Davies, but now here come Bayern down the other end. Diaz gets the ball from Gnabry. Luis Diaz, 2 for company. Lucho playing the role of matador there with the ball, but corner for his efforts.
Yeah, it's always dangerous to defend men like Diaz or Olise inside of the box because they have those quick feet, and you never really know. Once you go for the ball, you might hit a foot or so, and you don't want to do that. Talking about penalty situations, that's why also 2 defenders sometimes look quite passive when they're defending inside the box, but that's just cautious.
Kimmich's corners can cause chaos. Kane the target! And Diaz on the follow-up can't keep the effort down. So much goal-mouth action already. Just no goals so far.
Yeah, Pavlovic blocks the way of Van der Voort there. That's why he can't get to that ball. You see here, he blocks him, just stands in his back, and it's Harry Kane actually heading onto Pavlovic's head instead of into the goal. That was another big chance there for Bayern. And then Lucho Diaz with the rebound, but can't get it on target.
Nicolas Seiwald drives forward. Crunching 50-50, but Bayern come away with it. Baumgartner, Upamecano, nice clap of the hands afterwards. They know that was a fierce challenge, but neither of them were pulling out. Not in the do-or-die nature of knockout football. Not on a night where it's all guts and glory. Bayern with a real point to prove in this competition. Last one in 2020. Since then, they haven't ever gotten past the quarterfinals, and they only reached that stage once when they lost here on home soil against Freiburg, a 2-1 defeat. It looked to go to extra time, and then there was a late handball by Jamal Musiala in front of the north stand. Lucas Höhler stepped up, converted. Freiburg reached the semi-finals, and Bayern's miserable cup run continued. Ironically, it was a cup run started by tonight's opposing head coach, Ole Werner. Go back to January of 2021 and the bitter cold of winter, and little old Holstein Kiel holding Bayern to a 2-2 draw, courtesy of a last-gasp equaliser from Hauke Wahl.
Yeah.
Ole Werner went through all the roller coaster of emotions in the dugout, and a penalty shootout won after Mark Rocker missed for Bayern from the spot.
Yeah, that so-called snow game against Holstein Kiel. Do remember.
After that, there was a second-round 5-0 thrashing at the hands of Borussia Mönchengladbach. Then that quarter-final against Freiburg I mentioned. Then another round 2 exit against third-tier Saarbrücken. As Kane finds Stanisic, Kimmich teased in. Too cute. But Bayern win the ball back quickly.
Yeah, it's power play now. Some real pressure offensively from Bayern. Really pushed down Leipzig deep into defense.
Intricate passing. Baumgartner has to recover from a little loose one from Stanisic. Pavlovic now. Beautiful pass to Davies. Diaz, pocket of space. Olise's doubled up on that side, looking for Harry Kane, who's broken away from his man. It's a swing and a miss from Harry Kane.
That's another good chance created over that left wing. This time Olise went all the way to the other side, uses his left foot for that curling cross to find Harry Kane on that second post, and artistically he tried to connect well with that ball, and again, surprisingly he couldn't do it. Yeah, frustrated with himself, Harry Kane. 3 good opportunities now for him.
Well, that's probably the most difficult. Well, he will take confidence from the fact that right now he's finding space to break away from the Leipzig backline. The deliveries are there, now we just need the finish.
Yeah, it was a very, very strong beginning of Leipzig. The first 10 minutes, now the second part of what's been played so far. It's all Bayern really bossing this game. Haven't found
in total 7 goals in 6 games against them. He's having a phenomenal season where he seems to have added a few more strings to an already impressive bow. Part of that is dropping deep and playing the playmaker role, which he's done now. Looking for Diaz. Diomande with some defending to do against Davies. Scrambles it clear, but only as far as Pavlovic. Diaz wants it, Diaz gets it. Orban, lovely challenge. Diaz was looking to turn. But again, how quick Bayern are to turn the ball over in their favour once again.
Yeah, really tighten the screws here, Bayern. And have a firm grip on Leipzig, it seems.
Davies, cut back, Kane, still Kane. Closed down eventually, and offside flag does go up on this near side.
Yeah, so far it doesn't really go well for Harry Kane, and that's an offside position there from Davies. At least they called it an offside position. Waited, of course, for it to happen, and that's a good forward tackling there into Lucho Diaz, but only plays the ball, Willi Orban. Very well dealt with.
Vincent Kompany talked about the hunger for the DFB-Pokal being greater now, given the fact that it has been so long since Bayern last won this title, that they have won 20 times in the past. Davies did well under pressure from Diomande. And what a ball that is for Diaz, but Van der Voort's well off his line, played the sweeper-keeper role and was confident enough to take a touch as well.
It shows a little bit of his Manuel Neuer impression there, Martin Van der Voort.
Now Nusa skips past Stanisic. Seiwald, described as the glue that keeps everything stuck together for Leipzig, and the pulse in the midfield. Big words of praise from Ole Werner, his head coach.
Yeah, he is a very talented man in midfield, and more becomes that important player that he was thought to be from the very beginning that Leipzig brought him on. Needed some time, though, to become his stronger self.
Another phase of pressure here for Leipzig, having withstood a good 15 minutes from Bayern. That will be key, is adapting to the different phases of this game. They are going to have to withstand pressure. They're going to have to survive a few scares. But now Baumgartner, lovely play by Nusa, the pass just a fraction too hot.
Yeah, but it's good to see that they get a feel for each other. Would have been offside anyways if that ball would have gotten to Baumgartner there. But again, I like how those Leipzig players try to create those moments and enjoy themselves doing it.
Oh, that's a bit of a harsh call. Foul on Diaz.
I thought so too. Schlager can't believe that he got caught with a foul there. It's a slip actually, but in the end there's a connection there between the legs. But the ball was already gone, already won by Leipzig.
Some company having a quick chat with Michael Elise on the edge of his dugout. He's a very hands-on head coach, Vincent Kompany. That's something that these Bayern players have really taken to, not just in competitive action, but at training as well.
Yeah, it seems like all the players, or all the coaches actually, there were top-tier players in their career, are these hands-on and really trying to have an input on all the things that are happening on the pitch. And of course that goes for Vincent Kompany as well. Played on the very highest level, won a lot of good things, Bundesliga, Premier League, a lot of experience.
Yeah, 4 Premier League titles to his name, 4 League Cup wins in England as well, along with 2 FA Cups. You can see here, as the statistics show, evenly matched so far. A game that has ebbed and flowed. Both teams trying to pick their moments. Bayern just edging things in terms of possession and shots. But what will please Ole Werner is that challenges won percentage going in his side's favour, because that's one of the prerequisites. You have to get stuck into Bayern. You have to give them pause for thought. And now Nusa trying to make something happen. Ooh! Bit of a clumsy challenge in the box. The Leipzig bench are up in arms. And there's a big call for the referee, Daniel Siebert, and his team. He's waving away the protest. Nusa has stayed down. Stanisic did not look like he got the ball, but he did get a chunk of Nusa.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that this will be looked at. And the referee actually stops the game because Nusa is still down to check on him. But he really needs to check the footage because Nusa gets past him. And it's right on the line, in my opinion. I don't think it's outside because the leg between the legs actually happens exactly over the line. So this actually needs to be a penalty. There's contact, but now look at this. And this happens on the line, in my opinion.
That's tough to judge. His upper body's in the box. His feet maybe still just outside it, but we saw some fine margins earlier deny Leipzig an opening goal. What will now happen with this appeal for a penalty?
But they say no foul. Daniel Siebert said no foul because it was outside of the box. That's a tough decision.
Now Ole Werner is going to get a booking for his remonstrations on the sidelines. He was convinced his side should have a penalty. Now Ole Werner's having words with sporting director Christoph Freund on the Bayern bench.
And again, it's a penalty situation, let's say, so much that helps Bayern a little bit in this case.
Yeah, Mario Gomez took a few penalties in his Bayern days. Now he's in the hierarchy at RB Leipzig. Phenomenal goal scorer in his time. Olise. Now with Pavlovic. Pavlovic, whose career is really the definition of Mia San Mia, and proof of Bayern's academy concept, as Upamecano just almost lost the ball momentarily. Here is Pavlovic again. Joined Bayern at the age of 7 when he was spotted at an indoor football tournament. Oh, Olise. Delightful first touch. A little space to work with here. Stanisic inside him.
Yeah, but no one really to go to. That's why he goes back. And they try to swing the ball to the other side.
Nice searching pass from Kimmich. Stanisic digs out the cross. It's dangerous, and Orban has to act. Meccano wanted the ball quickly, got two instead. You get to look at the skills of Michael Olise.
Yeah, that's good stuff there from Michael Olise. We all know he can do it. A little show off.
There was a funny moment pre-match as well when the Bayern players came out for a warm-up. Vincent Kompany was giving an interview to Sky Germany. Michael Olise pumps the ball into the night sky and controls it within about 5 inches behind his head coach, who was mid-interview. Of course, he runs over to his teammates going, "Oh, I can't believe what just happened. Did you see that? Did you see that?" But it was an even better first touch than the one we just saw. Sonny tells me Vincent Kompany might be shown replays of that moment.
Yeah, probably. Likely a thing that goes viral.
Olise with 23 assists to his name in all competitions. Lionel Messi's record stands at 30, set during the 2011-12 campaign. Juan Mata with Chelsea racked up 29. Kevin De Bruyne racked up 27 for Wolfsburg in the 2014-15 campaign. What a season that was.
Oh, yeah. All these big names, Kevin. It's sometimes interesting what kind of names have played in the Bundesliga. And it's not just, let's say, the late bloomers of Harry Kane coming into the Bundesliga, but maybe players that had been developed here and then went on to become really international superstars.
Oh, Olise's having a game tonight, and Raum is trying to play mind games with the Frenchman. Kimmich. Bayern once again advance their lines, every single outfield player inside of the Leipzig half. Lots of movement off the ball. They're not always rushing the passes, though. This is the confidence, the poise that Bayern can play with. Olise now, one-on-one with Nusa. Two players with a bit of street footballer in them. Now works to the opposite flank.
But this is actually quite well what Leipzig is doing. They're sitting deep, yes, but they're not passive. They're following, trying to close the gaps, and then get into these situations where they can win the ball and now go from there. Then now they give it away a little too easy there, Savaschlager, but actually it's good match plan. You save some energy when you sit deep, but you can't become passive, especially not against Bayern Munich.
Gnabry linking up with Luis Diaz, and the return pass picked off by Orban. Oh, Diamande's giving it away in a dangerous area. Bayern weren't quite set in their structure. Savaschlager not penalised for a foul on Kane, or no, indeed it is a free kick, not a throw-in.
Actually, he plays that ball, but also, of course, the left foot of Harry Kane. Didn't need to be a free kick, in my opinion. Could have been a throw-in for Bayern Munich as well. But now it's a set-piece situation for Bayern.
The zoom curve rises in anticipation. The decibel levels are raised at the Allianz Arena. Over 10 minutes before half-time, not a bad time for a goal. If there's ever a bad time.
I was about to say that. Is there ever a bad time to score a goal? I don't know. The referee with some calming words. Some pushing and shoving going on there. The usual stuff.
Schlager still can't believe it's a free kick. But those protests will continue to fall on deaf ears. This is a big game between two of the biggest clubs in Germany. Referee really interjecting himself into proceedings. Now we could finally have the free kick as Orban and Tar continue to tangle. Brown with the header at the near post, and Schlager will give chase here against Davies. But there are few that can match Alphonso Davies in that department.
Maybe Nusa, maybe Diomande, but not really Xaver Schlager against Alphonso Davies. That's an unfair battle.
And Davies is still holding his left hip.
Yeah, I think he got a knock there. Don't think he pulled something during that chase.
Oh, Stanisic. First touch just let him down, but the degree of difficulty was through the roof. Nusa, he's got Rao making a great run. Olise gives chase. Rao back to Nusa. And back to Raum again. Raum! Oh, what a save by Neuer at his near post. Incredible reflexes from the veteran keeper.
Yeah, but he really needed to stretch for one. That was well played on that counter-attack. And in the end, David Raum just went for the upper corner and came close to score for Leipzig, but great save for Manuel Neuer. This is why he's still one of the best goalkeepers in the world, because of reflexes like this, even at 39 years of age.
Raum's corner, deep. Orban keeps it in the mix. Bounces in a dangerous area, but no one there to capitalize for Leipzig. Now though, Schlager. Neuer, like a basketball player getting a rebound. Picks it off and then picks out Olise, but the flag is up and Company is apoplectic on the sidelines. But the linesman was confident.
Yeah, I mean, he is in the offensive half, so it's an easy call, actually. Easy to spot out right in front of the assistant referee. So that's a good call.
Olise, as he often does in a Bayern kit, making a big impact. Luis Diaz was in delightful form on the weekend. Had a hand in all 5 goals of that 5-1 win against Hoffenheim, including a hat-trick of his own. Being kept a little bit quiet tonight, but now all Diamande's gone down, and this does not look good.
What I don't understand now, it's a very late call from Daniel Siebert. It's the right one, I'm pretty sure, because that's... Oh, this is actually something that we, again, can have another look at. Even though Pavlovic tries to pull back in the very end, there's a strong connection. It's above the ankle, actually, with the studs. And if you call it that late, you have to give at least a yellow card, if not more. It's a good thing that Diomande is not trying to make more out of that situation, but still, this is something that needs to be looked at. And here's another thought. Also, that situation regarding the maybe penalty situation or penalty-worthy situation earlier against Nusa. The video assistants, they're a little quick here to judge and rule everything out, in my opinion. Take your time, look at it correctly, and then find a decision.
The involvement of video assistant referees in recent weeks has drawn a lot of attention and ire in the German football world. Some decisions that have made people question its involvement. Some penalty decisions that have really raised a few eyebrows. Now a free kick for Leipzig that David Raum is standing over. One off the training ground, Orban across goal. Oh, it's scrambled! And Neuer got a touch, Tar got a touch, and they get away with it fine as Davies now can break. The Canadian leads the counter-attack. Looking for the Hollywood pass to Olise, it's not a bad one. The Frenchman forced wide. Stanisic arrives for support, but he's one-on-one with Nusa. He wants to take Nusa on, and it was a heavy touch there from Elise. Baku goes diving in.
Maybe should have left it for a goal kick, that ball. But a very interesting, very intense first half that we're having here. We get 5 more minutes before that first half is over.
This is the third meeting between these two sides in the DFB-Pokal. Bayern have won 2 from 2. The first in the second round of the competition in 2017. A 1-1 draw that Bayern then won on penalties. And then, of course, it was the 2019 final, won 3-0 by Bayern. Back then, all the talk was of Leipzig starting to become one of Bayern's biggest challenges in the long run. Unfortunately, we're now 6 years more advanced, and Leipzig haven't quite made the strides everyone expected them to. Of course, a lot of upheaval in the mix as well.
And that's the situation that led to that scramble. Tar actually able and in position to clear that ball, but couldn't really get it out. And Julian Nagelsmann and Antonio da Silva, the head coaches of the men's national team and the under-21 Germany national team, discussing heavily what they see down there on the pitch.
I remember Nagelsmann, when he was Bayern head coach, one of his oft-used phrases was the desire to get an early Dosenöffner, a can opener, which of course has a bit of irony added in a fixture like this, but it's something that Bayern haven't really produced a lot recently.
Nice one. I didn't even think of that. Yeah, but it is true, and we almost had a can opener on both sides. Actually, we had that early goal which got taken back from Leipzig, and of course those big chances for especially Harry Kane on Bayern's side.
Yeah, the biggest cleared off the line by Riedler Baku after what has to be said was a very good save from Martin van der Voort in the first place.
Yeah, but actually we're not really missing a lot in this game. There's intensity there. We have goal situations. Something to discuss about regarding some decisions made by the refereeing team, and we got exciting stuff going on down there on the pitch.
Ooh, Elise, I think he was very much looking for the free kick there. He anticipated the challenge from Raum, which did come.
And he kind of jumped over it and then thought he maybe got clipped landing. This lobbed that ball, jumped over it, and we run out of visual here to confirm.
It's a good flick on from Romelu. Nusa making a nuisance of himself in the box. Still somehow retaining possession. Unfortunately, his pass to Zeifeld is picked off. Lovely turn and touch from Olise. Kimmich and Stanisic combine. Intense press here from Leipzig. Diomande gives chase to what ultimately is a bit of a lost cause in the end. Now Pavlovic can bring the ball forward for Bayern. Neither side want to give an inch. Now Stanisic with a chance to cross, and it was a good one as well. Olise was ghosting in behind Castello Junior. Back in the starting lineup tonight after a spell on the sidelines and standing firm at the back. Fourth official has the board in his hands as we wait to see how many minutes are added on at the end of this first half, and there will be a couple due to the stoppages. Jonathan Tah to Pavlovic. Davies makes the run in behind. Diaz doesn't play the pass. This is the level of performance everyone was well aware Leipzig could produce. It's just whether they can do it for 90 minutes. out to Davies. 5 minutes added on at the end of what has been a gripping first half. Kimmich, pocket of space. Kane battles. Fouled by Schlager. Not according to the referee. Now Elise. A few weight in the middle in red. Davies down to Diaz. Diaz to Pavlovic, back to Diaz. It's all too tight, but now Kane to Elise. Clipped in. Headed clear. Schlager. Lovely bit of play just to win the ball back, alleviate the pressure. He felt there was a handball from Upamecano. Again, he is livid that the decision has not gone his way, and I can understand the frustration there. I think it was quite high up on the arm of Upamecano there. Might have been what saved him, as now Kimmich looks to pick out Kane again. It's Castello Junior rising highest to win the defensive header. Nusa looks for the run ahead of him, but there's no one making it, and as a result, another bit of Leipzig build-up just peters out on the halfway line. Olise finds Kimmich. Diagonal to Diaz. Ooh, bit of a clash of heads there, no? Baku celebrating the defensive work in the same way he would a goal. Diaz certainly dazzled on the weekend against Hoffenheim, but being kept relatively quiet so far. He's getting the touches in threatening positions, but we're yet to see the end product that we witnessed from the Colombian. Chances have really dried up as we've approached half-time, with the defences both coming out on top. Neuer and Van der Voort both with a world-class save apiece. Now Kane has peeled away from his marker, Raum easily deals with the danger. Ball goes straight out of play for Leipzig. Kimmich to Stanisic, who's making Nusa do a lot of defending. All fizzed into the feet for Kane, and nice idea from Kane, but a slip from Elise let him down, and now Diamande again taken down by Davies, and he's not enjoying the rough treatment, the Ivorian. And he gets his toes stepped on this time. Ole Werner is well aware that in Jan Diamande he's got a real star on his hands. Bayern have been linked with his services. That's how good he's been in the current campaign. Common consensus is that that move wouldn't quite make sense for the Bavarians, given the fact that he would cost over 100 million euros. Right now we've got silence in the Allianz Arena, which unfortunately normally means there's been a medical emergency of sorts. All you can hear now is the Leipzig fans, but right now the Südkurve has gone silent. Tar's header finds Kane. Into the midriff of Schlager, but finds a pass now to Pavlovic. It works out. Pavlovic! Oh, big save by Van der Voort on the stroke of half-time. Bayern get a corner, but Pavlovic so close to picking out the bottom corner there. He's not the most prolific goal scorer, but he does chip in on occasion. And now this will be the final action of the first half. Olise to deliver. Kane waits, Kane's there! Another save by Van der Voort! Bayern keep the chance alive with Kimmich. Kane again with the header down. Oh, he has racked up the chances, Bayern star striker. But the story of this first half, no goals between Bayern München and Leipzig. A game that's had a bit of everything so far. Highlights at either end of the pitch. Both goalkeepers tested, producing world-class saves, including that one on the stroke of half-time from Martin van der Voort. We've got a real cut clash on our hands in Munich tonight. It is captivating through 45 minutes. The question is, what does the second half have in store at the break? It's Bayern 0, Leipzig 0. Well, Leipzig thought they'd scored early, had a goal chalked off for offside. Then there was a penalty appeal as well for the visitors. But after their strong start petered out, Bayern did come on strong as the half wore on. They carved out the chances, despite having to be patient. On another night, they'd have opened the scoring. Tonight, Martin van der Voort proving equal to every effort he's faced. And it's going to be another busy 45 minutes for him after the break as well. Because make no mistake, Bayern are intent on booking their ticket to the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal for the first time in 6 years. We can revisit the highlights that all started with that dazzling footwork from Diomande. Unfortunately, his ball through to Baumgartner was a touch too early in the melee. Baumgartner offside, and despite a sweet finish, he was denied the opening goal. Bayern then came on strong. Harry Kane cutting inside, testing Van der Voort before Castello Junior cleared off the line at the second attempt. Just about got his feet sorted in time, didn't he? Then there was this effort from David Raum, the captain for Leipzig, testing Neuer at his near post. The sharpest save that Bayern's #1 has had to make. Van der Voort was a little busier. And that save on the stroke of half-time is one we may well look back on at the end of what has been a captivating cut clash so far. It is 0-0 at the break. We've got 45 minutes left to go. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everybody. No goals so far between Bayern and Leipzig. So let's analyze this first half with our expert Patrick Ovomiela. Good to see you back here. Let's start from the beginning. Leipzig, they were strong on the duels. They could recover the ball quickly. So they're not hiding. They're quite brave. How do you see their performance?
Yeah, they play with a lot of confidence, and that's coming from having felt how it is to play twice against Bayern and get beaten badly. But they're doing a great job actually defending, sometimes sitting deep, but not passive, sometimes aggressively pushing forward, winning a lot of challenges, winning a lot of balls, and then go from there. Also able to create a few chances, a little bit of momentum. So it's a good game so far from Leipzig.
So the goal of Baumgartner was not counting. He's in a good shape actually as well. And Lukeba being back in the squad also means that Seiwald is back in the midfield. So there's this Austrian connection. It's the core of Leipzig, right?
It seems to be, and it seems to work quite well. Lukeba gives him a little bit more stability defensively, but also always has an eye on that forward, that vertical pass. And I love what Seiwald is doing. He had a few moments where his teammates missed out on finding him when he had those deep runs. I think they can do a little better there. But yet again, you don't want to run into an open knife, because Bayern also has some quality and created some chances as well.
Yes, that's right. So let's see what they're up to the second half. Thank you, Patrick, and enjoy, everybody.
They were born to score goals.
Oh my goodness, what a beautiful goal!
Born to write history.
He writes himself into the storybook of this famous competition.
5 young players who rewrote the record books. Huge talents, big names, and their first steps in professional football. Here they are, the youngest DFB-Pokal goal scorers of this millennium. The quarterfinal in 2011, Schalke versus Nuremberg, 2-2 and into extra time. Master strategist Felix Magath still had an ace up his sleeve. In the 116th minute, he brought on 17-year-old Julian Draxler, and just 3 minutes later, this happened.
Hey, Draxler, der ist ein Traum!
Draxler's wonder goal fired Schalke into the semi-finals and himself into the hearts of the fans. And by the way, that very year, the Royal Blues lifted the trophy, with teenage sensation Draxler scoring the opening goal in the final.
Through ball, good effort. Oh, that's a brilliant goal from Julian Draxler!
The start of a great career, and his stage was the DFB-Pokal. Coming in at just 1 day younger than Julian Draxler is Mathys Tel, the youngest DFB-Pokal scorer in the history of record champions Bayern München.
Infield here to find Mathys Tel for Bayern. It's Mathys Tel with a piece of Bayern history. The youngest man to ever score a goal for Bayern in a competitive game.
In the 5-0 win over Victoria Köln, the Frenchman scored this beauty. A starting 11 debut, a dream goal, and real promise for the future. In August 2022, Mathys Tel wrote his name into the history books of Bayern and the DFB-Pokal. On to the podium places now. Gio Reyna was waiting on the touchline for his moment, and Dortmund desperately needed a spark in Bremen. He came on in the 66th minute.
Gio Reyna is coming on in second, a young American.
And just 12 minutes later,
Reyna tries his luck. Oh, good dribbling. Beautiful goal! Oh my goodness, what a beautiful goal from Gio Reyna! That is a corker!
a goal you could watch again and again. His first professional goal, and what a way to get it.
Patrick Obermoyela is on his feet standing next to me, and I can tell you, he's not the only one.
Reyna left his calling cards on the big stage.
Even some of the Bremen fans can't believe that goal.
Second place goes to none other than Jude Bellingham, who'd later go on to win the cup with Dortmund. But first, back to where it all began. His debut for Borussia back in September 2020 in Duisburg. Just 17 years old and with an innocent look about him, but once the action starts, he turns into a machine.
Hazard, oh lovely back heel to Jude Bellingham on his debut for his debut goal for Borussia Dortmund.
It was written in the stars, a man destined for a great career. He became the youngest goalscorer in Dortmund's long club history at the time, taking the record from Gio Reyna. Jude Bellingham, an extraordinary footballer who will surely lift many more trophies. And in first place, the only 16-year-old to have scored in the DFB-Pokal. And he comes from the capital. Kenneth Eichhorn, first-team regular at Hertha and generational talent.
Hertha with their tails up. Ball's left by Winkler. Eichhorn! History for Kenneth Eichhorn! The first 16-year-old to score in the DFB-Pokal in the modern era.
A sublime Hertha swept aside Kaiserslautern, winning 6-1, but a stellar performance was eclipsed by a young giant. Kenneth Eichhorn with a thunderous statement, and now the youngster is daring to dream even bigger.
Die Bayern-Liga, es geht weiter in Kürze, Freunde. Die zweite
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Allianz Arena, where we are closing the curtain on the DFB-Pokal quarterfinals with the highlight act. Record title holders Bayern München playing host to two-time winners RB Leipzig. And it's goalless through 45, but I tell you, it's anything but a board draw. We could have had goals at either end of the pitch, were it not for some outstanding saves from both goalkeepers, and Harry Kane in particular has missed a handful of chances in a way that we're not used to seeing from Harry Kane. But to his credit, Martin van der Voort has been in fine form himself. David Raum, the Leipzig captain, continues the discussions with the referees. There were some contentious decisions in the first half as well. Baumgartner, the man on your screen, had a goal chalked off for offside. There was a hint of a penalty that was strongly appealed by Leipzig, but ultimately the contact was outside the box. But over what it does mean, set up perfectly for a second half here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the first half promised already so much and delivered already so much. High-class football, high speed, intensity. We had everything, but counting goals, actually. But I'm pretty sure before the end of 90, we will see also some goals that will stand. The question will be, will it be decided by then?
Set for the second half of what promises to be a pulsating Pokal fight. A little too early. Everyone eager to get the second half underway, which I can understand. The tunnel is closed at the Allianz Arena. The third meeting of the season between Bayern München and Leipzig. Bayern thrashed Leipzig twice in the league. 6-0 here in the Allianz Arena, 5-1 at the Red Bull Arena. Tonight's cup clash, though, is taking on a very different complexion. Leipzig giving Bayern a real run for their money. They've had a couple of chances that have called Manuel Neuer into action. At the other end, Harry Kane has kept Martin van der Voort busy. But we are still goalless through 45. 45 still going. We might need a little bit more on a night like tonight. But this has been a captivating cup clash so far, and something tells me that won't change in the second half. James Thorogood, your match commentator, joined by former Dortmund defender Patrick Overmoyela. We had big expectations for this game coming into it. If anything, those expectation levels have risen.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, both teams are in good form, I'd say. I mean, Leipzig has a little bit of an up-and-down season, especially at the beginning of this year, but both teams delivered first half, created opportunities in both sides, challenged each other. We saw really a lot of things that were good. The only thing missing is an actual goal, but I'm pretty sure, and I said it before, that we will see that before the end of 90.
Ole Werner, the Leipzig head coach, made no bones about the fact that his side are the underdogs tonight. Said it's a role that Leipzig are very comfortable in. And ultimately his side not deterred by the miserable experiences in the league. Ole Werner pointed to the fact that his side proved that they can hurt Bayern, and tonight they've already proven that point again. They just haven't been rewarded for their efforts. But now Nusa Early foot race with Stanisic, loses out. He was certainly a live wire down the left wing, the same way Diomande was on the right. That's it for Leipzig. They did go through a big amount of upheaval in the summer. Of course, Marco Rose was let go in the second half of last season. Saint-Löw came in but wasn't able to rescue the situation, and Leipzig, with their worst ever Bundesliga finish, missing out on European qualification. That has helped them in Ole Werner's first season because they've had less games to contend with. But they are still a bit of a work in progress. They lost the likes of Benjamin Šeško, Xavi and Lois Openda. Diomande came in. Now Stanisic. Oh, lovely idea, but the pass wasn't there to Pavlovic, and a bit of uncertainty in the Leipzig back line. It's the type of thing they can't afford in this second half.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a wobble there defensively, but this is also forced by Bayern, of course. They are so well positioned when they come forward, bring a lot of men, and then try to force themselves on the opponent. But Leipzig got away in the situation.
Neuer decides not to come. Davies, awkward bounce, Diomande. Proving dangerous, and Davies just about comes out on top of that duel. And now Bayern, can break, but for a wonderful challenge by Schlager, had to get there, and did. Now Zijveld, he's got Barco on the outside. Romelu waits in the middle, but Tars there to meet it.
Yeah, this is what I love about this game. It goes into both directions. We had Bayern already on the other side, pushing forward. Now it's Leipzig again. They really exchanged blows here.
It feels like both teams are really pushing themselves to their limits, which is exactly what we want to see from a neutral perspective, because we know that these sides have a lot of class in their ranks. Leipzig on their day can give anyone a run for their money. The difficulty for Leipzig, the longer this positive performance goes without a goal, the more it might play in the minds. And now, Raum set to whip this corner in. Plenty of white shirts to aim for. It goes deep. Oh, Orban had the run. Didn't make the cleanest connections with the header, and now, again, a break for Bayern. Olise, Diaz, Gnabry, Pavlovic, Kane loiters. Pass behind him from Olise. Just stops Bayern in their tracks momentarily. As a result, they'll reset and recycle with Pavlovic. A lovely ball out to Olise. Olise bearing down on goal. Cheeky back heel. Stanisic clips it back post. Kane's there. Couldn't really go for goal. Did his best to keep it in play. Davies does well to avoid the pressure applied by Diomande with that pass to Meccano. And already a very high bar being set in the first 5 minutes of this second half. Make no mistake, Bayern might have thrashed Leipzig twice in the league, but this might be a game that's decided by a single goal.
Yeah, it's that kind of game, right? It's you have the feeling whoever scores first might have decided that game, or it could be the decider of that game.
So far tonight, it seems like it's going to take some beating of both goalkeepers. Diaz, once again forcing Diomande onto the back foot. Pavlovic. A cheeky pass looking for Davies. They are trying to get creative in their attempts to break down this deep-lying Leipzig side.
Yeah, here's another look on that cheeky heel kick there from Olise. Sets up Stanisic, trying to find, again, Harry Kane on that far second post, but another bad connection with the ball there, Mr. Kane. What's happening tonight? So far, not his best game, even though he comes into position.
That's it. If we are being hypercritical of Harry Kane, there were games last season of this magnitude where he went missing a little bit, didn't make the desired impact. That was a rash challenge on Diaz by Orban, and Diaz has stayed down. Bayern battled back with Pavlovic fouling Baku, but that looked a little nasty for Luis Diaz.
Yeah, actually, I mean, to me it looked like Orban was playing all ball, but then his body kind of fell into the leg of Diaz. Actually, he goes a little bit into the leg there, to be honest, but also plays a lot of that ball. And this is just a pull on the arm from Pavlovic. Only Baku. That's why Leipzig gets a free kick.
Luis Diaz, who was described by Vincent Kompany as a machine, by sporting director Christoph Freund as an animal, unstoppable at times.
Yeah, but here he got stopped. Again, Orban kind of pulled off the shoe of Diaz's foot there, but also played the ball with the other leg. I can see why Daniel Siebert wasn't going for a foul here.
Oh, this is a cup fight. That was a full-blooded challenge from Orban. He did win the ball. Jamal Musiala could provide reinforcements off the bench. The last time Bayern reached the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal, he was still a bench player for the under-21s. Leonard Karl, meanwhile, was still in the under-13s for Eintracht Frankfurt.
Wow, yeah.
Just to put it into perspective.
It's incredible, yeah. And now these guys are here in full picture.
And valuable options that Kompany can turn to if it stays at 0-0, because those are two players that can really bring a bit of the X factor to a game that might need it.
Absolutely. Even if Jamal Musiala isn't at 100% at the moment, which is quite obvious after being out for so long, still has that X factor that you mentioned, and able to have a special moment every second of the game.
That is one of the more impressive elements of Bayern's performances this season, and their attacking output. They've done it without Jamal Musiala. Being kept quiet tonight for the most part, but 113 goals in 33 games. Diamande again, dipping into his bag of tricks, and what a cross! No one there to convert, and he looks across the penalty area almost in disbelief.
Yeah, that was a good one-on-one situation there. He is so fast, even against the very fast Alphonso Davies. Just that one shake, but nobody really goes for that cross at center. Omolo was not there.
But these are the types of games over where you've got to gamble in a moment like that, don't you?
You have to throw yourself in these areas. Yeah, you have to try and get there in time if you see your man on the wing making a move.
And that's what happens when Olise or Diaz get the ball, or when, in the past, Arjen Robben van Ribéry got the ball. There was movement in the box, anticipating them doing something, and ultimately, those anticipation levels often benefited Bayern. Diamande really will have words with his teammates after this match, going, how were none of you on the end of that ball? As now Olise is taken out by Raum, who says, fine margins again. I think Olise is taking exception to some of the treatment he's getting from the Leipzig captain.
This is, of course, the physical. We talked about it. Sometimes, I mean, you want to put out a statement as a defensive player and let your opponent know, hey, I'm here. And if you start teasing, and Olise has a tendency to every now and then, you know, put the foot on the ball and roll it a little back and forth and back and forth. Yeah, and then you're going to make him feel that he's been teasing you too much, maybe. But it wasn't unfair. I mean, this is football. This is a level, a challenge on the highest level.
Yeah, Raum is aware that if he gives Olise any freedom, he'll get punished. As he's done to many a defender, many a backline since he joined Bayern. He was devilish when he was on the books with Crystal Palace, but it was a lack of consistency when it came to his fitness that really cost him. Even more highlight moments. Those fitness issues have not been as prevalent with Bayern. And right now he's seen as one of the best forwards in world football. And Bayern having to work hard tonight, but if you look at their season, it's treble-winning form. Cross cut out by Orban. Those balls from wide areas aren't quite finding their mark, and when they do, rarely have they created clear-cut chances. They've been half chances more often than not, as Schlager just loses out to Gnabry.
There's good midfield battles going on there on the pitch. Both teams not giving in an inch. But I don't know about you, I love to see Diomande and Alphonso Davies going at each other. I love that. It's just like watching two cheaters, you know, fight each other.
Oh, now Gnabry! Oh, Van der Voort, and that to his compilation of top stops tonight.
Yeah, another great save there by Martin van der Voort. Again, well set up over that right wing. And there's way too much room there for Gnabry at the penalty spot. But a great save, great reaction from Martin van der Voort.
Corner taken short. Change of angle for Olise. Orban again winning out in the air. Starting to lose count of how many times that's happened tonight. But these are the prerequisites for a team like Leipzig. If they want to come here to the Allianz Arena and win and knock Bayern out of the DFB-Pokal, your keeper needs to have a blinder, your back line needs to be sharp, your midfield has to battle, and your forwards have to take a chance when it comes.
It takes the whole village on a perfect day.
Diaz will, I was going to say, keep that in play, but
it happens to the best of them, right? I mean, he's only human after all, and proves it. Again, it's against the direction of play, which is a good decision, but Van der Voort was still more in that corner. That's why Gnabry left the door open for Martin van der Voort to get to that ball. But a great reaction once again from the goalkeeper. That's probably why he signed a contract extension among all the other goalkeepers of Leipzig.
Showing why they've got him pegged as their new #1 starting next season, Martin van der Voort, because so far tonight, I mean, the biggest compliment you could pay to him is he's producing Manuel Neuer-esque level saves. Denying Harry Kane, denying Gnabry now. Won't be the last save he has to make tonight. Nusa tripped, but no, the foul was late in being given. Home crowd don't like it, but it looked like a foul.
Yeah, his movement, his body movements are so quick, and there's just that little kick to the knee or top of the shin from Stanisic, and now he gets a yellow card for that. I don't see it. Maybe for complaining, but I don't see that this foul is worthy of a yellow card. That's just a little scraping on that leg of Nusa, but maybe a few too many words there from Stanisic for Daniel Siebert, the referee.
Strange, I'm still yet to see a referee change his decision when a player protests over. Maybe it'll happen someday.
Nah, I don't think so. We won't be here for that, I'm pretty sure.
This is now a precious chance on the hour mark for Leipzig, who haven't really had much attacking threat in this second half so far, to get something going in front of Manuel Neuer's goal. Orban, a target. Romelu, a target. Zeibald, a target. It's on Round to pick one out. Got a great delivery on him. David Raum. A lethal left foot. Right into the mix. Romelu is there. He's off the bar and kept out. I don't believe it. You can't go much closer than that if you're Leipzig.
Yeah, to be fair, the flag was up from the assistant referee on the sideline.
Now Bayern in behind. Stanisic slipped from Van der Voort, and he's taken Stanisic out. And those are the mistakes you cannot afford. A slip. A horrible, cruel twist of fate for Martin van der Voort, who's been impeccable all evening.
Yeah, first of all, it was offside there, clearly from Romero, who gets to that ball and only gets it onto the crossbar. And this is just so well played. Good awareness of Stanisic. He gets past Van der Voort with that ball and then tangles into the legs. There's a clear contact and a clear stop of the goalkeeper who doesn't play the ball. So this decision is a good one, in my opinion.
A game where the fine margins are really coming to the fore. And that slip from Van der Voort is just, it's cruel but so costly. And the minute he took out Stanisic, everyone in front of us at the Allianz Arena was up on their feet pointing to the spot for Daniel Siebert.
Yeah, I mean, that was not a hard decision to spot, really. But unfortunate for Martin Van der Voort that he slipped while trying to come out of goal for that ball. He would have gotten it easily, actually, without slipping. And now it's Harry Kane from the penalty spot, and we all know how well this man can take a penalty.
2 from 2 in the 5-1 win against Hoffenheim. 11 from 13 this season. He missed one in the first round of the DFB-Pokal, scored his first penalty, missed his second against Wien Wiesbaden. Same thing happened against Union Saint-Gilloise in the Champions League. Scored his first penalty, missed his second. But this is a huge moment in a big game, and Harry Kane is a player who has made a reputation of stepping up in big game moments. Harry Kane against Martin Van der Voort. Harry Kane stutters and scores! Cool, calm and collected. Harry Kane is having a phenomenal season. And his goals might be firing Bayern towards a domestic double or even a treble.
Yeah, there's another look on that situation. It's that little touch from Stanisic who gets that ball past Martin Van der Voort for this penalty then, which Harry Kane takes and securely puts into the net, puts it away. Martin Van der Voort in the wrong corner. He's just so good from the spot. He's life insurance for Vincent Kompany in Bayern Munich.
The tough breaks of a trip to the Allianz Arena. Leipzig in the first half had their chances. They had their moments where they had a goal ruled out, they're offside. Inside 4 minutes through this man Baumgartner trying to turn the corner there, but unsuccessful against Kimmich. And now Kane looks to release Olise, and this is where Bayern are dangerous. Once they've got the bit between their teeth, there's an insatiable hunger for more goals. First time tonight, Olise's really had the beating of round but can't convert.
Yeah, but this is exactly how you can describe Bayern. There's no other team that stays as hungry as Bayern Munich. Once they have tasted blood, they're going for more, and they don't let go. It's incredible how clever they are trying to use that momentum that a goal elite creates. We've seen the same thing on last match day in the Bundesliga against Hoffenheim, where they short before halftime scored twice in just a matter of seconds almost, in a minute or so, to make it a 2-1 lead.
The Bayern detractors will once again be screaming Bayern Dusel. That Bayern curse where they just managed to get moments, match-winning moments from seemingly nothing. Of course, the red card against Hoffenheim, the 2 penalties against Hoffenheim doesn't help tonight. From seconds after Leipzig hit the bar, albeit with a header that was from an offside position, Bayern go down the other end, get a penalty, and now this game swings in their favour. The goal plays into their hands, and they will now sense that they are just over 20 minutes removed from reaching the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal for the first time since 2020. But this game has not run its course yet. We've got changes ready on the sideline. Konrad Laimer and Jamal Musiala are coming on, and again, well, Diaz is in behind. Diaz, past Van der Vaart, it's a quick fire double, and that's what Bayern do. They want to complete the Final Four lineup in the DFB-Pokal. They've got their sights set on winning this competition for the first time in 6 seasons. This was a big hurdle in the quarterfinals. They have been tested, but now with just over 20 minutes remaining, they are in complete control of proceedings.
Yeah, and if they don't be cautious enough, if they aren't careful enough, then Leipzig will get picked apart, because this is what Bayern can do. This is such a good pass from Michael Olise once again. He knows exactly that Luis Diaz is going for that ball, so he sends it just wide, but perfectly into the run of Luis Diaz, who then has a more or less easy job to get this past Leipzig's goalkeeper. And again, they tasted blood, and they came back for it.
They are the biggest shark in the Bundesliga waters. And in this competition, the DFB-Pokal, there is a feeling that this side have a real point to prove. And when Bayern have a point to prove, get out of their way. Leipzig had 80 good minutes at the Red Bull Arena. They had 60 here, but it's the same story. 1 goal conceded, a little bit of unravelment. And when you've got players like Olise, Kane and Diaz, they will do the damage when given the opportunity. Diaz has been kept relatively quiet. Seiwald takes one out on Jamal Musiala, who's wise to walk away. Pavlovic being calmed down by Kimmich, rightly so. Not what we want to see, though. A rather untoward foul on Jamal Musiala. Pavlovic gets a booking, understandable.
Yes, that's standing up for your teammate. That sometimes gets you the booking. Of course, that's a stupid push in the back there from Nicolas Seiwald. But then this doesn't need to be there. Pavlovic, that's the wrong type of energy wasted there.
He's 21 years old, prone to maybe get caught up in the heat of the moment.
No, actually, especially when you're that young, stay out of these situations there.
But that's why players like Joshua Kimmich are there. Cool heads will prevail. Leipzig will be smarting after that quick-fire double from Bayern as well. So they're going to try and trigger these Bayern players. Maybe get them to make a mistake or two. But of course, anyone's going to take exception to any challenge on Jamal Musiala after what he went through after that horrible leg break at the Club World Cup in the quarter-final loss to Paris Saint-Germain.
Again, here comes that teasing style of play of Michael Olise.
And it was Musiala who made his comeback from that leg break against Leipzig in the league. Came off the bench, first touch of a ball, he set up a goal to get an assist. His first start in the Champions League, got on the score sheet against PSV Eindhoven. Great to see him back, but again, Bayern aren't going to rush him into the thick of the action too fast. Any fans of the German national team will also be watching his progress between now and the end of the season ahead of the World Cup in the summer, where he will play such a key role for Germany. This is where life gets a little tricky for Leipzig, because while they showed the confidence to really take the game to Bayern on the back of the 6-0 defeat on match day 1 and the 5-1 defeat last month, 2 goals in quick succession conceded just gives you flashbacks to all those negative emotions and experiences. To come from 2 goals down at the Allianz Arena is a huge mountain to climb that very few teams ever do.
but this, I mean, this result, this game here, it doesn't go into the table of the Bundesliga, so it's not for the. Let's wait, you know, nothing coming from it. This is a sprint, actually. So now you have to go all in. You have to risk something here because there are just under 20 minutes left to play, maybe a little more. And Ole Werner must find some solution to create some more forward momentum. And if you concede a third one, good and well, but you need to try something here offensively.
Time to process the Harry Kane penalty before Diaz doubled Bayern's advantage. But for Kane, it's goal number 39 this season in 34 matches. An incredible ratio. Look at these statistics from the last 20 minutes alone, and you can see the Bayern onslaught. It arrived. Leipzig didn't have answers to it. And as a result, the hosts lead by 2-0. And they've got 1 foot in the final 4 of the DFB-Pokal for the first time since 2020. The goal back in the next couple of minutes from Leipzig could make things a little bit more interesting. The question is whether they can deal with the demoralising experience of this second half so far, where they've barely had a sniff.
Yeah, that's it, right? You need something that goes for you to keep believing, and that's a chance that you can create. Maybe even that goal back, or of course that goal back would be something, but you need something that shows you it's possible. Bayern is woundable.
Really is just incredible, though, that Leipzig, who are a pretty strong side defensively, over 1/3 of the goals they've conceded this season have been conceded against Bayern. 13 goals of the 34 conceded.
Another unnecessary foul there, deep in Bayern's half. Baumgartner on Harry Kane. Now, of course, also time is just going against Leipzig. Ooh, almost stole that ball. But time is now an issue as well, so you can't give anything away. No mistakes, no free kicks like this one.
But that experience of just chasing shadows now while Bayern play the ball around you, it's not a fun one, is it, Ovo?
No, it's the worst. Bayern are really good at that. That's the case. But Leipzig has shown that they can apply the right kind of pressure on Bayern to force mistakes.
Davies, Olise's in the middle waiting. Olise! Awkward heights. Couldn't keep the effort on target.
Yeah, again, it goes a little too fast. I think David Raum actually sits deep. That's why it wouldn't have been offside there from Alphonso Davies. But that ball, as you said, in an awkward height to get to for Michael Olise.
Well, on the weekend in that 5-1 win against Hoffenheim, Kane got 2, Diaz got 3. Tonight it's 1 apiece. The top scorers delivering once again, and we've sung the praises of Michael Olise. His first season at Bayern was sensational, but I think Luis Diaz's might be even better.
Yeah, but we mustn't forget that Michael Olise also delivered that Luis Diaz goal today, so he had a say in this game as well. Plus, of course, all that momentum that he created for his team.
Oh, it's rare that Michael Olise doesn't have a say in a game, but again, assist number 24. He's within 6 now of Lionel Messi's single-season record, and we've got a fair bit of the season still to go. And if Bayern have their way, they're going to go deep in the DFB-Pokal. They're going to go deep in the Champions League as well. They've already booked their ticket through to the round of 16 after learning their lessons from last season and finishing in the top 8 of the league phase in the current campaign. got a triple change ready for Leipzig on the sidelines. Ezekiel Banzuzi, Konrad Harder. Both ready to come on, along with Brian Gruder, the man signed on loan from Brighton. Was in the starting lineup on the weekend in that 2-1 win over Köln. Got rave reviews. In fact, as he's come to Leipzig, got asked whether the World Cup was still on his mind, and he said, well, I'd be lying if I said it wasn't. Wasn't quite getting the game time at Brighton, but a chance maybe to make a big impact with Leipzig. Bayern were interested in his services when he broke onto the scene with Mainz. It was Brighton that acquired them though. We've got Antonio Nusa, Sava Schlager and Romulo coming off for Leipzig.
Yeah, maybe it's that last final push now, bringing on these three guys, and you mentioned Gruder. He can produce a lot of good things with his technical skills, his vision, and his finishing skills as well.
Tar pops his header up. Orban trying to keep it alive for Leipzig. Wants maybe another corner, but finds a pass. Lima steps out, the former Leipzig man. Diomande did really well to dig out the cross. Castello Junior was just underneath it. Now Brian Gruder. Bit of an unknown quantity in the Leipzig ranks. Musiala now finds Diaz.
And Harry Kane again, we see that also often, helps out in defense. Sometimes that makes the playmaker or plays the quarterback from back there.
Got a Leipzig player down deep in the Bayern half, and that's why we've got a stoppage in play here from the referee, Daniel Siebert. Jan Diomande, he's had some delightful moments, but he's also had some pretty rough treatment.
Yeah. Like on the other side with Elise, if you're that skillful and that kind of a threat to your opponent, you'll get that kind of treatment. And that is the situation before, where you can get past Lima and then get the cross off. But a little later, something must have happened onto his leg, obviously.
That gives us a chance to revisit the goals. Harry Kane from the spot. His 12th penalty of the season. His 6th goal in the DFB-Pokal. He is the competition's top goal scorer. And he is having one of his all-time greatest goal-scoring seasons, Harry Kane. And then Diaz, the man that dazzled on the weekend against Hoffenheim, makes no mistake with his chance, one-on-one with Van der Voort. And the looks of despair on the faces of the Leipzig players. They've been here before against Bayern. But something tells me it'll hurt a little bit more in the cup.
Yeah, because it's all over after this game. So if you can't come out on top, that means you're out of that competition. Other than the league, where you have a whole season really to correct things a little bit at least.
Now Leon Goretzka has come on for Bayern in place of Alexander Pavlovic on a yellow card, so part precautionary, part a chance to give the midfield motor for Bayern a valuable rest, as Konrad Lima using his motor to really put Castello Junior under pressure. Got one of the biggest motors in German football, if not world football, Konrad Lima.
Yeah, ever working so hard wherever he's put on the pitch, right, left, center, you name it, this man can do it.
There's the wonderful German term Pferdelungen.
Yeah.
Horse's lungs.
Yeah.
He's got them.
Like an Energizer bunny. Keeps going.
Oh, Gruder took the ball under his spell sensationally. Unfortunately can't make anything of it now. Elise. Oh, lovely flick to Kane. Wants to return pass. Musiala makes the run as well. And Kane clipped by Baumgartner. He is a very savvy striker in moments like that, Harry Kane.
Yeah. He steps on the brakes. Baumgartner can't follow. And sweeps the feet of Harry Kane. Just a little bit of contact. It gets Baumgartner a yellow card.
Well, since Bayern won the DFB-Pokal title in 2020, no team has played more cup games than Leipzig. They've reached the semi-finals in 4 of those 5 seasons. But history could be made tonight. They've never been knocked out of this cup competition in the quarterfinals. There's a first time for everything. Make no mistake, if Bayern get a chance at the 3rd goal, they will want it, and they will try and take it. Kimmich didn't make Olise's life easy, but Olise almost bundled his way through. Oh, well won back by Jamal Musiala. Oh, what a delivery, but a bit like Diamande's earlier. No one in the middle to meet it.
Yeah, Jamal Musiala, he has that hunger. He wants to be back where he felt he was before that injury. In stellar form. The key man for Bayern's offensive. You can really feel it in every situation. He just gives it all he has.
Chance to highlight Harry Kane. We all know his goal-scoring prowess. We all know he's good from the spot. But he's one of the most complete strikers in world football, as evidenced by the 10 kilometers covered as a striker over.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier how he likes to help out defensively. He sits deep, creates situations from there as well. Then appears on the offensive end of things as well. So he's really all over the pitch for his team and works hard. He's not just that big number 9 that's waiting up front for everything that's been brought to him.
And the fact is, Erling Haaland couldn't do what Harry Kane does. Kylian Mbappe cannot do what Harry Kane does. Oh, dangerous header. Flashed across the face of goal. Again, there's a lack of gamble from Leipzig in this second half that has cost them at times, and unfortunately Willi Orban is not the player you want playing the crosses. And now Neuer goes for the early goal kick. Oh! The ball was rolling when he took the goal kick. That's why it's been brought back by Daniel Siebert, but otherwise Olise was through one-on-one with Van der Voort.
Yeah, now we can put in a glass on that and really look closely if that ball stopped, but I think it's fair to say that ball is still moving just a little bit, and that would have been an unfair advantage. If there was a Leipzig defender anywhere near that to challenge that possession, maybe Daniel Siebert would have let play continue, but we can't get an obvious advantage from foul play.
We've had a few split-second decisions and moments tonight. That's the latest of them, but it was so close. And now Kane, oh, he's battled against Castello Jr. Harry Kane, oh, Castello gets a foot in. Olise tries to pick up the pieces. Bodies hit the floor, but it's a corner to Bayern.
Yeah, last-second tackles, last-second challenges here from Leipzig. Oh, Harry Kane, yeah, let that door open there from Lukeba, for Lukeba that is, and then Orban also with a great sliding tackling.
Yeah, we've seen some risky challenges from Leipzig, but I guess that's what you have to run the risk for against Bayern.
Exactly. I mean, it's only 4 minutes and a little bit in regular time. So you need to risk it all now, and I think there's one last bullet in the chamber that Leipzig's going to bring on the pitch in a few moments.
Corner comes in, Van der Voort gets a fist to the ball, not a convincing one. Diaz will let it run for a throw. Diaz combining, and Diaz, it opened up for him. He decided not to go for the shot. Olise deflected. Davies will let it run for a corner, but he took a touch under pressure from Reed Labaku. Tidiam Gomis getting last few instructions from Ole Werner. Hearing that it's going to be Christoph Baumgartner, the man that opened the scoring in 5 minutes, only to have it chalked off for offside, is the one coming off. Here is Niklas Seiwald. Stadium announcer Stefan Lehmann letting everyone know that the U-Bahns will be running tonight after the public transport strike that was due to hit Munich today, but luckily an agreement was made for special services to be provided for the supporters.
There's no foul there against Harry Kane, not this time.
Gruder. Brian Gruder.
Yeah, but it's all really tight and close together. It's difficult to get through that defense of Bayern. Maybe another set piece can bring something here. Again, 2 minutes in regular time. Julian Nagelsmann might have taken some notes here on who stood out positively.
Oh, Jamal Musiala's gone down in the box and stayed down. Feels he got an elbow to the face there, Musiala. Now we've got a yellow card to Lima for his remonstrations with the referee. In the end, it was a pretty fierce effort from Reid Labaku that was always rising. Never going to trouble Neuer, and we are going to get that change. Baumgartner is indeed the one to exit. Well, in another alternate reality, his goal stood in the 4th minute of the game. Just not this one.
Yeah, it would have been a different game for Leipzig at least. But yet again, it was that early in the game that you never know what it does to it and what comes out on in the end. Bayern has proven some good form today, being mostly on top. Only the very first minutes of this game went all to Leipzig, but since then it was an open game or really led by Bayern.
That's it. Kompany said in his press conference, not every cup game could be won 3-4, 5-0.
But 2-0, that's possible.
2-0's not a bad result. He ultimately said that he just hopes the performance is worth it for the fans in attendance, dealing with the travel chaos, and I think it's fair to say from a Bayern perspective, it's worth it. Right now, the Südkurve have their scarves raised in support of their side, as we hear that there are going to be 6 minutes added on at the end of the 90.
Yeah, and even though it sounds like a lot, when you're chasing the ball, which Bayern is controlling, 6 minutes is really not not a lot to work with. That's actually interesting. He steps inside of the box or reaches his leg towards Manuel Neuer,
who then sends Harder to do the hard work of getting the ball. Almost like a petulant child being told to clear up his mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's Leipzig's time that's ticking away.
Well, he made the mess, so he might as well clear it up, right?
Yeah.
But let me get your thoughts on the semi-final lineup. Stuttgart, Leverkusen, Freiburg and Bayern. After some fairy tale stories from the lower leagues, it's all Bundesliga this season.
Yeah, and I mean, that's good semis, I would say. Of course, Bayern, when they are in good form, are probably the favorite to make it to the final. But yeah, strong challengers in Leverkusen. Of course, Stuttgart on a good day can really do something. And Freiburg, you never know. So talented.
Yeah, they'll be the dark horses now, the club from the Black Forest. After their penalty win against Hertha Berlin last night.
Offside call. Lukeva is signaling that he needs to leave the pitch, actually. I hope it's just some cramps. He was out for a bit.
It was a knee injury, which seems to have maybe reared its ugly head again. He was on the sidelines for a couple of weeks. He gives a thumbs up now. Or, is it thumbs up or substitution that he wants?
I think it's kind of both. It's thumbs up for the substitution, I think, but to be fair, it looks like it's just cramps that are paining him.
Well, it has been a very intense game. Bayern have really pushed the Leipzig back line to their limit. And it took a lot of hard work to break them down. And that little bit of game luck that they talk about with the penalty conceded by Van der Voort, the slip really is where the luck came in.
Yeah, and of course the situation that didn't go to Leipzig regarding that situation that maybe not was on the line against Nusa from Stanisic. And then that offside goal, which was offside, but still could have been all different today. It was a very, very good competition today.
Now the chart from the Südkurve, Deutsche Pokalsieger, German Cup winners. That's what Bayern want to be at the end of the season. That's what they haven't been since 2020, when they beat Bayer Leverkusen for their 20th DFB-Pokal title. Der Pot, as they call it here in Germany. That magnificent golden trophy that gets lifted aloft in the capital at the Olympiastadion in Berlin in May. And the Davies Diamande head-to-head was really delightful when we got to see it. Not as often in the second half as it was in the first. You almost want to put them on like a five-a-side pitch one-on-one and just see what they can do against each other, don't you?
That would be lovely, yeah.
Straight from the streets.
But I think from the way that Davies left the pitch, you can see that he had to work hard against Diamande and work enough to feel it and be tired. Another Seiwald foul. Who's on a yellow card? Just clips the legs of Joshua Kimmich.
Munich's true love is the message from the Bayern fans to their players. A game full of subplots, packed to the brim full of potential. It's been a high-class encounter between two of the best in German football. It has lived up to its billing, but so have Bayern. And this season, they're virtually unstoppable when they're fit and in form.
Yeah, you really have to catch them on a bad day, which happened, to be fair. I mean, Augsburg did it, Hamburg did it, Union did it. A couple of teams managed to do so, especially in recent weeks, but they're just back in form when they need to be. The weekend against Hoffenheim, that probably helped, even though it was a little lucky in the beginning of that game. And now this game today would also help to give them the strength, which is much needed, since the Klassiker is coming up in the Bundesliga in only a little more than 2 weeks' time.
Yeah, their lead at the top of the table cut from 11 points to 6 by Dortmund, and those results that Ovo mentioned against Augsburg and Hamburg. The Hoffenheim result restoring a bit of confidence in that title race, but their Klassiker at the end of the month is in Dortmund. So if BVB can win that one, it cuts it to 3, and then maybe, just maybe, something's possible. But hard to get your hopes up when Bayern are in such unstoppable form. Kane scoring goals for fun. Diaz proving one of the best signings in world football this season. Musiala's back. Leonard Carl's breaking through. Olise is one of the world's best. And for the first time since 2020, Bayern are in the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal. They've got a point to prove in a competition they've won 20 times previously. And they're on course for a domestic double, having booked their ticket to the Final Four, completing the all-Bundesliga lineup. Vincent Kompany has his side on course to return to winning ways in the DFB-Pokal. A big hurdle cleared here in the quarterfinals against two-time winners Leipzig. The final score, Bayern 2, Leipzig 0. Leipzig miss out on a 5th semi-final berth in 6 seasons. Ole Werner can't quite recreate the cup magic that he did with Holstein Kiel back in 2021 when he was the man that started this miserable run of cup form for Bayern. A few demons exercised for the Bavarians, but in the end, they came on strong in the second half and Leipzig didn't match them.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, first half was a more even game. Leipzig found some ways to, every now and then at least, poke the needle into the flesh of Bayern's defense. That didn't happen the second half. Bayern much more solid defensively and with this ice-cold, this clinical touch going forward. Especially Luis Diaz and Michael Olise, of course. And a little bit of help with a penalty.
But another big game moment for a man who thrives in them, Harry Kane stepping up when he needed to shoulder the responsibility for his side in a hard-fought game to open the scoring. He made no mistake from the spot. And then as Bayern have a want to do, they found another quick goal to really put Leipzig to the sword. This is a team that always go for the jugular. It's exactly what they did tonight. And Leipzig on the receiving end of a 3rd defeat of the season to Bayern. 13 goals conceded, just 1 scored. And while tonight's result is a little bit more respectable, the emotions will be the same for Leipzig.
Yeah, of course. I mean, maybe even worse for the short period because you're out of the competition because of that loss. But they sold themselves well today. They much better than in, let's say, in most of the other 2 games that they played against Bayern, especially, of course, that first one of the season. But today, a good solid first half, and you mentioned it earlier, that's just not enough. You need 90 or more minutes on a perfect day in perfect form to beat a good and solid Bayern team.
And you need to take your chances. You need to hope that Manuel Neuer doesn't have one of his great games, which he didn't need to in the second half, but some really good saves in the first to keep it at 0-0, because had one of those gone in, especially the effort from David Raum, he saved at his near post, which Raum and him had a little chat about at half-time. But if that goes in, maybe the night's different for Leipzig. But Neuer does what Neuer does, and his counterparts at the other end of the pitch, Kane, Diaz, Olise, they did their job too.
Yeah, I mean, we could write all these stories. What if Van der Voort don't slip and he saves that ball? What if it's a 0-0 for much longer and Bayern keeps on thinking, ooh, this is a close one? That all is out of the window because Bayern did Bayern things. They got decisions going their way, rightfully so, most of the times. And then we're there when it really needed, when they needed to be, when it counted. And that's why they won this game with 2 goals to 0.
They're into the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal. They've got a 6-point lead at the top of the Bundesliga. They're into the round of 16 in the Champions League as well. Lessons to be learned for Ole Werner's side. But produce more performances like this and their top 4 ambitions might be a touch more realistic than they've been through a rather inconsistent start to the new year. For Bayern after those blips against Augsburg and Hamburg. 2 big wins against 3rd place Hoffenheim in the Bundesliga and now a real tough challenge against Leipzig. Harry Kane continues his fine goal-scoring form. 39 goals this season, Ovo. It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable, but I mean, is it really? Because it's not the first year that we see Harry Kane do crazy things, and he just delivers in every game that he's put on the pitch. And yeah, he's human, and there might be a game or 2 where he's not scoring, but still Harry Kane is a phenomenon in the Bundesliga. Since day 1, since he arrived, he's almost unstoppable, and so is Bayern this season.
I go to a quote from the great Jürgen Klinsmann, who was part of the Legends Cup that you played in, Ovo, recently here in Munich, and he was asked about Harry Kane and the fact that he takes on such a complete role, and he said, well, if I tried to do what Kane did back in my day, Lothar Matthäus would have kicked me up the other end of the pitch and told me to do my job up front.
Yeah, different times, totally, but we said it earlier during the commentary, it takes the whole village, and everybody has to do a bit of everything. And Harry Kane is that complete striker who's not just waiting there for some crosses being delivered, for some good balls being played to his feet. He wants to be involved. He wants to help out. He understands that it is a plus if he helps out defensively and plays a different kind of role and appears in places where nobody expected, because that sometimes confuses your opponent as well. And that makes Bayern, that makes Harry Kane so very, very good.
He's 2 goals shy of matching his total for the entirety of last season when he scored 41 in all competitions. 39 in 34 games. 6 goals in 4 rounds of the DFB-Pokal. Bayern are in treble-winning form, but there's still a long way to go in this season. The players going down the tunnel, soaking in the last few moments of this. The Leipzig players still processing. They had such high hopes. Hopes that the cup would write its own rules when the league had proven so disastrous for them against Bayern. But the Allianz Arena was expectant, and Bayern delivered. It has been a long old wait for a return to the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal. Now they're 1 step from the final. They'll fancy their chances of winning it. We revisit the highlights of this game, of which there were plenty. This is the start of the second half. Martin van der Voort denying Serge Gnabry. He was in fine form, but there was one game-changing moment, and this was it, Obo.
Yeah, exactly. He tried to get out, slipped. This is why timing is just off, and he can only get into the legs, actually, of Stanisic, who makes it an obvious penalty, since he gets that ball past van der Voort, and as I said, van der Voort can only go into the legs to stop Stanisic from going on and scoring. That's why it's a penalty, which then Harry Kane took and secured for Bayern the lead.
Yeah, it was never in doubt. But Stanisic did what the Leipzig players didn't in the second half. He gambled on that moment, and he was rewarded. So too were Bayern. And from there, the game always played into their hands. Harry Kane opening the scoring from the spot. Rarely does he miss. And from there was then the quick-fire double effect that can be so demoralizing for Bayern's opponents.
Yeah, it was just shortly after that lead, and Leipzig maybe tried to be a little too aggressive there, spread out widely, opened another gap in that center defense for Luis Diaz, and Michael Olise spots these kind of things, just plays a perfect one-touch pass to find Luis Diaz, and he's absolutely free in front of van der Voort, and we all know what happens if he does.
24th assist of the season for Michael Olise. For Luis Diaz, what a debut campaign he's having now. 19 goals in 31 games to go along with the 14 assists he's provided, lest we forget. This is a front line that is one of the best in the world. Get a chance to look at some of the match statistics now. And in the end, just 1 shot on target for Leipzig, and for all the promise and all the potential, that's not enough at the Allianz Arena.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they tried 7 times, which is also not a huge number, but then again, you first have to develop moments against Bayern where you can take a shot, but it's not enough, especially in that second half. Leipzig didn't really find momentum going forward, and yeah, that's why this result, this win for Bayern is absolutely a righteous one.
Interesting fact as well that the 4 teams left in the semi-finals of the DFB-Pokal all representing German football internationally on the continent this season, so no one's really got an advantage yet. But Bayern are through to the semi-finals for the first time in 6 years. From here, a title is the only thing they'll accept. From James Thorogood and Patrick Obermeier, delighted to have the pleasure of your company from the Allianz Arena. It was a great cup clash. Bayern triumphant, 2-0 winners against Leipzig and into the semi-finals.
Christoph, first of all, thanks for stopping by. You played a good game until this situation of the penalty that turned around the things a bit. How would you describe this?
Yeah, it was a really unlucky minute because we have the big chance with Romelu, who had the ball on the crossbar, and yeah, I think 10 seconds later we get the penalty against us. Yeah, this is really hard, and then we didn't come back, which is really disappointing.
If we start from the beginning, you showed a good performance, were strong in the duels, recovered the balls quickly, you were quite brave. So what was the idea for the game?
Yeah, we wanted to be brave. We wanted to find moments where we press them high. It's not possible to press them 90 minutes in Munich. Is not possible, but I think we did really good in the first minutes. We're unlucky with the offside goal. Yeah, also then I think we had some situations. I think we have to get a penalty, to be honest, on Nusa. Yeah, and all this leads to a tough first half, but I think we had a good chance. Yeah, and as I said, in the second half they scored the goal and we couldn't come back.
What would you say, like the latest results you had on conceding that many goals, how did that change your approach today towards the game, maybe as well in terms of risk?
Yeah, we knew we have to be compact in some periods of the game. It's not possible, as I said, to push them or press them 90 minutes. So you have to defend deep also. I think we did quite well. The goals we conceded were like off counter. So yeah, that's really disappointing that we were not clear enough in these situations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.